Alright, should be back now. Alright, Ludum Dare Game Jam. Um, Rules. So, Game Jam starts in 8 hours, 6 p.m. EDT. I think that's 6 p.m. my time. I'm pretty certain. I haven't done this for a while. I think I'm in Eastern Daylight Time. Hold on, let me do the math on this. Yeah, okay, that is my time. Okay. Ludum Dare is an event where you create a game from scratch in a weekend based on a theme. Themes are suggested and chosen by the community. They're in the last stages of voting on themes right now. The jam is the jam is the Ludum Dare event for everyone, teams, individuals, anyone that wants to come out and make something. Work alone or in a team, create a game in 72 hours. Free to use any tools or libraries to create your game. You're free to start with any base code. You're free to use third-party artwork, music, audio assets, or assets you previously created, but we ask you to opt out of the respected voting categories. Graphics and audio, you can opt out of voting category when you submit your game. We strongly recommend you only use asset that you have the legal right to use. Non-video game entries. Board and card games are allowed, but understanding that they're difficult to play. Games that are to play. The ideal Ludum Dare game can be played right in the browser in a few minutes alone. We will soon allow non-game craft entries. If you can't make video games, you'll soon be able to submit other things: comics, stuff, toys, short music albums, posters, wall cakes, short films, etc. Any creative project inspired by Ludum Dare and theme. We're not ready to open submissions to craft entries, but stay tuned. The compo is classic Ludum Dare. Another way to think of it is Ludum Dare hard mode. Compo games are created entirely from scratch by one person in 48 hours. Must work alone. Your game, all content must be created in 48 hours. You're free to use any tools or libraries to create your game. You're free to start with any base code. At the end, you'll be required to share your source code. Compo games are typically reviewed harsher than jam games. If your game closely resembles a sample game that comes with a development tool, it probably won't get a good score. Sharing source is one way we always give back to the community. We've heard many stories of people getting into game development thanks to the availability of Ludum Dare game source code. It used to be about fairness, but today we do it for them. Source code is the stuff that makes your game a game. If you're using a development tool without code, i.e. game makers, we see that your source code is your project file. Everything required to make your source work should be available publicly. If third-party libraries and tools are required, free or paid, that's fine. If you're using an internal library to participate in the compo, you'll be required to share it. If you're unable to share source code, we suggest you participate in the jam instead. Special exemptions for the compo: you must have the legal right to use something. Fonts are allowed. A logo screen for your brand is allowed. Photos and recordings you make of people or things are allowed, if you must acquire them during the event. Content generators are allowed. In fact, they're encouraged. Texture mask, brush, drums, sampled, and similar assets are allowed, but only if they're used to create a derivative work. Derivative works explained. If you don't know how legals work, that's for you. Okay, Ludum Dare. Yeah, it gives you an hour for submitting after the game jam's done. I think this is such a well put together game jam, because it's not like, I saw some people actually arguing on Twitter the other day about like how game jams force crunch on game developers, and I was like, it's a fucking competition for fun where people crunch themselves for fun. Like, the bad part of crunch is when it's management crunching you, when a person is crunching themselves, or when the team is going, we want to do this, we want to try to compete. Then it's like, it's a completely different story. Anyways, let's check out, is the themes any more refined from when I checked yesterday? Oh, it's loading. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. It is loading. Let's just go back. Let's just go to theme. There we go. So what was round one? Alchemy mutation, lack of information. Round two. Final round. All of these are so ambiguous, except for like these. Control the world, not the player. The world changes when you're not looking. That's really specific. All right. I think just gonna get the engine stuff sorted out. This is the weird thing, is it's like until I know the theme and start even thinking about what game I want to make, you can't even like predict what tools or things that you'll want. So the one thing I was just working on yesterday, okay, this looks like such a stupid example if you know what's happening, or if you don't know what's happening. Texture atlases are really complicated things. I don't know how to actually explain this without showing a picture. Let me try and find a picture on Google of this. Anyone who's done a lot of game development probably has run into texture atlas bleeding. Okay, here we go. This is an example from Unity. Or actually, Godot. This is Godot. The white tops on green blocks are supposed to be green. I have half of texture padding. So this is trying to stop what's called texture atlas bleeding. So you've got these white, or you've got these green blocks in like a Minecraft texture atlas where you have all of these block images in one big image. And you also have like this white block and these other blocks, and what ends up happening in the graphics system in like OpenGL is it actually blurs the higher resolution image into lower resolution ones to do what's called mip mapping, where it displays a lower resolution one at a distance. Like, this is all such complicated stuff, but you need to like, that's the thing though, I don't know how to fix this without understanding it. So tons of people, like you can see this person here, they just tried to do a texture atlas, and you end up getting in the distance these giant artifacts of whatever color other blocks you have. Found is not isolated to distant objects, it's profound to a distance, but it happens at close range too. Yep. It's due to mip mapping. If you enable texture and anisotropy, this is a very specific issue is solved. Using a shader to limit UV coordinates would work? No, it wouldn't. You actually have to limit the mip-map level used. So I wonder if they come to a solution here. Even with anisotropy, the bleeding still exists. Decided to give this another shot. Tried running Iridimus's test project, got different results. Alright, anyways, the issue that this guy had is this actually, It's really weird how two different people here are reporting different things. Like, this person says the bug is happening, and another person is like, this isn't happening. Anyways, this example can be highlighted in a really simple image. And this is like so stupidly simple. So this is a really insanely simple pattern. It's a checkerboard pattern going between red and blue, right? So imagine this. You've got your red tiles and you've got your blue tiles. And so this is like in Minecraft. You might have your grass, or maybe you'll have your water, which is blue, and you'll have your lava, which is red. And so the issue is that at a distance, so first of all, like, to understand what's happening is it just reads these pixels except for when it's at a distance. Then what actually happens is it uses mip maps, which are blurred versions of the image. So you can see here, when we blur our tiles, they end up blurring together into this mix of purple and blue. So this is exactly what breaks your tile map. When you're rendering your tiles, if you're trying to render water and it doesn't render blue because it starts rendering a little bit red because there's a red pixel beside it, that's what shows up as that white or whatever color bleeding artifact in texture atlasing. So it's like, it seems like such a simple issue, it's actually so hard to fix. I figured out, so I tried a lot of different things. I was like, I'll generate custom bitmap levels, and I was like, okay, I'll just make bitmap levels where it doesn't blur these together. Well, there's literally no way to make this smaller and fit the same information in. You're either going to switch out red pixels for blue and have that exact same issue where it's going to be displaying like water tiles when it should be displaying lava. And you can see that, I don't know, actually, let me see if I have the demo set up right now. Depending on what this displays. Okay, yeah. So this, let me just bring up the code. Actually, wait, never mind. All the code is right here. All right, so what this does is this takes that 64 by 64 image, and this displays it. Hold on, did I resize this to 64? Okay. All right, so this does exactly what we don't want it to do. You'll see it does exactly what we did when we scaled this down from 64 by 64 to 32 by 32. Hold on, what's happening here? That just froze, which just... Alright, I'm really bad at showing this example right now. Let me actually, hold on, let me just get this sorted out. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, we get our 64 by 64 image, this checkerboard pattern, and it tries to display it at a lower resolution of 32 by 32, and it ends up just giving us this blurred result. And this is really bad because this is actually displaying, so it should be showing either water or lava tiles, which are either red or blue, but instead it's showing purple, which is a mix of both the red and blue. Blurring together is really bad. This is what we don't want. That shows up as artifacts. So this is like such a simple solution, but it's actually so mathematical. I kind of get why not a lot of people actually get this. So there's a special extension function called texture grad in the shaders. And this is already a function that lets you do texture atlasing without bitmap artifacts. If you pass in your tiled UV coordinate here and pass in the derivatives of the non-tiled UV, then you'll get proper bitmapping. So another issue that you actually get for texture atlasing and bitmaps is that at the tile edges, it'll actually blur the bitmaps more because it detects the texture gradient flipping over to another tile. Like, it's, oh my god, it's such a simple issue. Like, it's just like, oh, it's just Minecraft blocks. It's just an atlas full of blocks. But like, doing it pixel perfect is actually so difficult. Anyways, these derivatives also decide what bitmap level can be used. So I was like, wait a minute. These are the difference in units of the texture. So if we don't want our texture to drop below 64 units, because that's when tiles get blurred together, we can do min on these derivatives, limit it to 1 divided by 64, which is it basically limits the texture unit step that is used for calculating the derivatives to be below the point where it blurs them together. And you can now see we get red instead of purple. And like this seems worse, or like this seems, oh, it's just as bad. It's still giving us a flat color. It's not giving us this checkerboard pattern. This is still so much better because instead of giving us purple, which is the incorrect mixture of like tiles that aren't supposed to be mixed together, it's just giving us all red, which is all lava. And so if you actually sample it a little bit differently, it'll give you either like lava and water. But the key point is that it doesn't blur together tiles. It doesn't give us this purple mix. So like, dude, such a simple fix for texture atlasing. Holy cow. So I'm basically now going to try and make a shader for sprite sheet animations. This is what I was going to do the other day, but I wanted to figure out how to do this tiling mapping correctly first. And so now that I know how to do that, we can actually make a little example. So I'm just going to make like a little running stick man or something. I don't really need this checkerboard anymore. But yeah, I think there's two things I'm going to try to do before Ludum Dare this afternoon. I'm going to try to get these sprite sheets. Or I say try, but I'm pretty confident I'm going to get this working. I'm going to get the sprite sheets working. The question is whether or not the maps and this little extra perfection stuff is going to work. And then I want to get particle systems. Either actual particle systems or... I say actual because I can do stateless particle systems easy. So I don't know if I want to provide a... That's the thing. I don't really need a particle system because I could just do a stateless particle system whenever I want to make the game. But it's also nice to have... Like, that's the thing. If I wanted to make an actual particle engine that could just let you make a whole variety of particle systems from a single model... That's the thing. I don't really have a plan for what's like a good model of particles yet. I feel like maybe a transform hierarchy type thing. I don't know. Anyways, little stickman animation. Let's go. I guess maybe I'll make a running animation. It looks... this is supposed to be when the legs are like passing each other. This is gonna look really weird, but it's just supposed to test the animation, not actually be a really good animation. Okay, there we go. There's our bad little sprite sheet animation. So now for the materials, we're gonna make, so I don't know if I'm gonna call this material a sprite sheet. I guess I will. Sheet animation. I think I'll just call it sprite sheet. Or I don't know. Image sheet. Image sheet probably works. Alright, so we're gonna do a color option. Our scene 2D has our extra variable that can be used for identifying what texture block it is, or what image block in the texture, but we still need the texture. I think I need the texture width, or do I need the texture height? Huh. So like I'm identifying the frame ID across the X. So like this will be frame 1, this will be frame 2, this will be frame 3. But then if there's a second row, there'll be frame 4 and like frame 5 and frame 6 and frame 7 down here. Yeah, so I need the width. I need the number of tiles across the width. Okay. Tiling. Call it tiling, and then I'm just thinking, do I need no, I think I just need this. This lets me normalize it, and it also lets me calculate. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Actually, I'm gonna get water. 1 second. So, this actually shouldn't be too hard. I just need to go into the shader. Where is it? Object extra value for custom effects like sprite sheets. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I guess I'll call it sprite sheet 2D. I don't know, I feel like image is a better description than sprite. Hey Kappa Mangoes. How's the Ludum Dare prep going? Well, I think I'm pretty much prepped. At least for 2D. Everything seems to be working well. I'm just getting sprite sheets working with proper maps with no atlas bleeding, which I'm not sure if I'm going to get, because this is something I've never figured out before. But we'll see. I don't know what to call this variable though. It's the number of tiles that are in the X. It's the number of tiles that are in the horizontal X-axis of the sprite sheet. Tile count? I don't know. X tile count? Let's just try that. Quite far along in your prep. Yeah, I don't know. I made a I actually practiced for it. I don't know if this is gonna run. I made this little game in the weekend game jam like a week ago. Just as like, I just realized the game is actually broken. Hold on. This is actually a broken build. That's why I was like, I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay, that's interesting. My website just took a bit to load. Here we go. Okay. Untitled Bird Glide game. Developed in a few hours for the weekly game jam. It's basically, if you've ever played the helicopter flash game, where you like fly a helicopter through like mountains, it's basically a copy of that gameplay. But I think it's really good as like a practice right before Ludum Dare, because it's like, I basically have a feel for the physics engine now, for like the game loop. I haven't actually even made like a little game like this for like a year, so just practicing like putting the graphics together, putting together a menu, wrapping it all together with like some music or something. It's actually a pretty fun game. I suck at it though. Yeah, and I was actually pushing to get 3D support for stuff in the engine, but I mean, like, I have working 3D stuff, but I'm not confident. Like, I know I can put out a 2D game in this, and it won't be buggy at all, and have, like, actual perfect physics, and, like, optimized rendering. I am not confident about that in the 3D portion yet. Almost. It's good mindset. I'm planning on a very quick test project before Ludum Dare starts today. Yeah. So here's what I found from the last time I did Ludum Dare. It's like, oh my god, it's only 48 or 72 hours. Like, the second the theme is released, you just gotta go. You gotta, like, go. You gotta go. You don't even know where you're going, but you just gotta go. And that is not, in my opinion. I actually just, like, kind of sit there and I just go, yeah, I'm probably not gonna have a solid game idea for the next, like, 10 to 12 hours until the theme actually, like, processes. I'm just thinking if there's anything else we need here. Okay, so we can shift this UV coordinate. This needs to be limited on the by the resolution. Um, hmm. Hmm. First of all, let's start with the super simpling tile X. All right, the birds are going crazy outside. Oh my god. It's like a gang war out there or something. So this W is our extra attribute. This is going to be our frame ID. This is going to be the number, the tile ID in our sprite sheet. So what I need to do is I need to wrap this around if it goes past the X coordinate. So I'm going to divide this by our number of tiles. Take some time to thought. I'm in Ontario. I'd take some time to ponder the theme while going for a long walk. Help center you? Yeah. I find sleeping. I'm not even joking. I wake up and I'm just like, oh hey, my brain knows something new now. Okay, that's cool. Okay, alright. I do actually need... I do need this. Let me document this. XY equals number or width slash height of slash y equals number of tiles. ZW equals image width height. Okay, that should work. Try to get a very basic prototype before going to bed. In the morning I decide to throw it away or continue. See, the interesting for me is I'm kind of just like doing it as I feel, because I think I could do the competition in 48 hours, but Like at the same time, I don't think it's see, okay, I do agree with the people on Twitter. It's not good to crunch just for the sake of crunching. Like if I find a really good idea, I will totally feel like crunching for the next like 40 or 30 hours. Alright, awesome. So this gives us our tile offsets or coordinates. So we can now add this to the UV, but we need to now scale down the UV so that it is the same size as the tiles. So I think divided by tiling XY. Wait. I need the tile size, I think. Divided by the tile width and height, I believe. Actually, wait, let me think about this. No, actually, because if the tiles are 1, then the pixels are 1, and it's actually, so this is actually divided by the image. This is divided by the image width and height. But then I think image width and height divided by the number of tiles. No, that would still be 1. Maybe it's divided by number of tiles? Oh my god, it actually is. It's actually just divided by number of tiles, because for example, if the tiles are 1/4, then there's going to be 4 tiles, and it's divided by 4. It's such simple math, and my brain just like jumps over it. Alright, so now this is all good. Except for this part. This needs to be dependent on the image width and height, or this needs to be dependent on the minimum tile size. I think it's actually the same thing as this. I think it's actually 1 divided by tiling XY. I think that's it. I think that'll do the perfect maps. Hold on, I don't even need the image width height then, do I? No, I don't think I do. Huh. I'm just wondering, because these UVs are smaller. I don't know, we'll have to test this. See, this is the really difficult thing, is I probably won't see the map bugs here. This is a really difficult thing, is how do I check mapping bugs for this? Anyways, let's just set up a simple sprite sheet, and then I'll look at debugging. So this lets us change, this is some janky code here that just lets us change the rendering size really quickly. For me, since Ludum Dare only comes twice a year now, it's more precious. I do crunch a bit just because I find Ludum Dare feedback so useful. Most jams don't have that critical feedback. Yeah, itch.io is crazy. Or I think of itch.io specifically when I think of jams, in that if you look at the number of people that post jams and the number of people that review jams, it's so interesting, because you would think, oh, there's way more people that play games than like make them, but on itch.io there's way more people that just push out games and not a lot of people that play them and actually review them. I'm just thinking repeat X and repeat Y isn't going to matter unless it's a linear sampling. And then we're going to use our image sheet 2D shader. I need to set this tiling option. It's a number of tiles. We have 4 across the X and 1 across the Y. Is this actually going to be correct for this part? So the minimum is 1/4. Yeah, that actually does make sense. Okay. Alright, so now our little test program here will load in the animation, and it should display the first image in the sprite sheet. Perfect! It actually worked perfectly. Amazing. When something actually works first try. Okay, so now this is the key part. Update sprite frame, or update animation sheet frame based off time. So now all we need to do, I haven't renamed this anything, it's still called box, but we just set extra to, we'll take the time. I guess I'll do real time, not tick time. We'll make it update frames every second, and then there's 4 frames, so we've got to repeat. Oh my god, if this works. Oh my god, it works. Let me just make it faster. It's a really bad animation, but it works. You know what? It's actually not horrible. It actually looks like... Who doesn't run like that? Like... Alright, now for the difficult part. I want to see if we can get maps. Okay, this is the really difficult thing. This is such a small texture. I'm gonna need to create an example.
I am impressed.
Minka Dev, thank you for the follow. Is Minka Finnish? Kind of looks like octopus running. Yeah. I'm actually thinking I'm gonna use that exact same test that I just used before with the checkerboard, because it makes complete sense to just do something like a checkerboard where each tile is a single pixel, because that's like worst case scenario. Maybe I'll do each tile is 2 pixels. Hold on. Actually 4 pixels, just because I want to test. So we're gonna do the same thing as we did before. Some red tiles, some blue tiles. Create a checkerboard pattern like that. Oh, never mind. We want that to upscale in nearest neighbor. That's my experience with itch jams. It's hard to find a good jam that's worth the effort. Yeah, that's why I only do jams when it's like... I don't know. I don't consider the effort like worth it to like other people. Like, to me it doesn't really matter about itch.io people judging it. I just do jams just because I want to like test myself making games. Okay, so what this should do... Oh god, this is gonna be brutal. So what this should do is this should switch between red and blue. So there are 16 tiles on the X and Y in this. And actually, you know what? Hold on. I just realized this is actually probably an even better example if I chop off the bottom. Yeah, so this is actually a really good demo. So this should go between red and blue constantly. I'm going to slow down the animation. Okay, I messed it up. Wait a minute. I need to select the checker. Red, blue. Red, blue. Okay. You can actually see the bitmaps clipping right there in the corner. Actually, I don't know if that's bitmaps. That might just be my texture sampling. You can see right there, there's a little bit of red. That's exactly what I'm talking about with the texture atlas bleeding. Exactly what I'm talking about. So let's try turning off bitmaps. I don't think this will fix it. No, let's try just using the regular texture 2D. Yeah, so that little red line when it's displaying the blue square. Oh, that is imperfect. That is imperfect. It is not how it's supposed to be. So what is happening? I think this vertex position is like scaled down a super tiny bit. Or maybe the scale X and the scale Y. Maybe this tiling X. Maybe it's not supposed to be 16. There's multiple reasons why this could be happening. I gotta consider that the UV coordinates start out at positive 0.5. I believe. Like, I think these are offsetted super tiny bit, so like if I add an offset there, I think it'll fix it. Yeah, so that fixed it. So that is what I thought. The question is though, why is it offset a tiny bit negative? Let me actually check something on Shader Toy, because I could have sworn that the pixel offset is plus 0.5 in the center of a pixel and not minus 0.5 offset backwards. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong, or maybe it's the way the nearest sampling works and that it actually does the center. Oh my god, I think it actually does the nearest to the center instead of nearest to the, like, it basically does round instead of floor, I think. So I'm just thinking, how do I just offset this by like a single half pixel? Because I actually don't have access to the pixel coordinates here. What if I just do an insanely tiny decimal value here? No. So yeah, this I'm pretty sure the fix is doing like plus 1 divided by 16, or maybe 64, the image resolution. Oh, interesting. So that did a full clip over there. This is a really interesting bug. Maybe it's something about my scaling here. Oh, Shader Toy's not loading. divided by tiling x will mean that 15 shows up as like 15 divided by 16. Like maybe it's just an insanely tiny offset right here. I don't think so, but wait, what? That fixed it. What? I guess it's just a super tiny precision error. Maybe this needs to be 499999 so it never clips. No, that doesn't do it. Why is it tile X and tile Y? I wonder if this division being imperfect needs to be like 15999 like that. Divided by 15. This should break it. Yeah, that breaks it. 15.5. This should, yeah, have clipping. So you can fix this actually with the option. It's just, okay, this is so weird. I guess it's just a super tiny precision error. We just need to do like +1e -7. I have, okay. Alright, that's what you need to get rid of that line. Just do +e 1e -7. It works. I'm really curious. I can't open it. So Edge, as far as I'm aware, doesn't work with local files. I'd be really interested actually to run this on my phone or something and see how this actually behaves in other web browsers. Hold on a minute. Last I checked, Edge actually couldn't open local files, but maybe it can now. Oh yeah, it's trying to load. It's trying to load cross-origin data. Yeah, so it can't run unless I go and mess with some browser options. So, alright. I'm just going to move on straight to testing these maps then. I feel like if there's precision errors up here, then there's probably precision errors in the map as well. But, oh my god, I'm just so curious. Like, where is that precision error showing up? Is it this? Tile X ends up being 15, so then divided floor, wait. So divided by 16, that gets floored to 0, so it's not the Y, it's nothing on the Y. Tile X divided by tiling.x, 1 divided by 16, that tiny bit of precision error can actually end up, yeah, it actually makes sense. It actually makes sense. The error, the floating point precision error from the division being slightly off means that it samples a little bit off on the left down here. Like, Jesus Christ, okay. Now let's do what I was actually meaning to test in the first place, maps. So, as I get smaller, okay, first of all, let's actually create an example where this happens on purpose. So we do no custom map sampling. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need to add this code again that automatically makes the screen smaller because it's not going to display otherwise. Let me just get it so that this square is kind of perfectly in the middle of the field of view, so that way it's not wasting space. So just to go over it again, this example is a sprite sheet that goes between red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. And what we're testing for is we're trying to get the texture atlas that this sprite sheet is made from to actually have bleeding, where the red or blue leaks over on one of the edges or sides in the bitmaps. And we're making that happen just so that I can try to fix it in the shader. So now running this, it should go, so I believe the issue should show up when I go below 16 by 16 resolution. So like right there, it still looks like it's working. Nice thing is I can actually just go view image here and it will just give me a snapshot. By the way, I play Genshin, you want to join? No, sorry, Andre. I was talking about how I'm really not a fan of the gacha in that game yesterday. Alright, so there's 32 by 32. If my predictions are correct, then the bitmap errors should show up right here. Maybe not. Maybe because they're a single... I don't know, maybe because it's just a single pixel. I don't know, let's try 8 by 8. Wait a minute, so the tiles are 4 by 4. Maybe I have to make it smaller than 4 by 4. This is really good though. Am I showing the example I think I'm showing? Yeah, so it's 4 by 4. Alright. Let's see. Okay, that still looks like it's working fine. So 4 by 4 is good. Let's try 2 by 2. This is basically going to be invisible. Oh my god. So it's looking like this test isn't working. I have bitmaps on, right? Bitmap on. So Bitmapping is on. Four-star characters are enough for me, but I thought to level up the characters you need to like get more characters. Alright, I need to think up another example. If this isn't gonna work, maybe I just need to like scale this up. I don't know, let's try the full 64 by 64 again. Or I'll put it down to 16. Nah, 64 by 64, so it's big enough. This is like actually something that's so hard to test. I've never really done this before, because I've never really cared this much about 2D sprite sheet animations, but like, it's like the core of a lot of 2D games, so I do feel like it should be done properly. So the way I tested this actually before was looking at the whole texture, and this is going to be weird because we're going to be selecting a single pixel from the texture. I don't know if this is going to work properly. Let's try it. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Okay, it's still working. So I'm just thinking, when do... Oh, okay, so like OpenGL knows that these are a single pixel. So like me lowering this past a certain resolution isn't gonna bring up bitmaps. I don't know. Let's try this test. I don't think this is still gonna work. Or I still think this is not gonna work. Yeah, it still displays perfectly. So I think what I need to do is I need to scale up the pixels. Oh my god, it kind of looks like there's a red border here. Or a blue border. Hold on, let me see. Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe there actually is a bitmap bug. No, it's all red. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for like a blue border or something right along the edge here that'll represent bitmapping errors. Okay, let's just try. Just try ramping up resolution a whole bunch. It looked like it actually changed the display, but nope. Okay, let's try 4x4. So let me see, 64 divided by 1024. 1024 divided by 64 gives us 16 by 16. So it should be blending together bitmap levels now. I believe this should have broken bitmap levels. I don't understand what's happening. Why isn't the bitmapping broken? It doesn't make sense. It should be broken. So bitmap enabled. I wonder if it's something about my bitmap settings that I have enabled allows this. This is a single pixel. This is... and it's still working, even in the single pixel. Fixed it so good you can't break it. That's the thing though, like there's no fix yet, but it should have bleeding if what I understand is correct. Unless it's something about, hold on a second. Unless it's something about the texture sampling options I have, like nearest or whatever it is. Yeah, right here, doing nearest bitmap linear. I think that's proper. Like, I don't know if that's what's causing the issue, or like, I don't know. I do not know, because like, I guess that doing this forces OpenGL to display the atlas as a single thing. Wow, this is really interesting. I actually thought, like, I think I'm like thinking about an error that doesn't even exist. Or like, that's the thing, is I probably don't know why this happens then. I'm trying to click this 1 pixel image right in the corner. It's really stupid. I'm just thinking, what could I even do to test this? Like, I mean, I have level of detail, so I could sample the mip maps here until it shows up. Texture LOD detail. Oh, I have to do extension. Texture LOD extension. Maybe not. Maybe I need to add it to the UV coordinates here. Okay, hold on. I can't remember. Texture LOD extension. LOD. Oh, it's EXT with capital letters. Okay, so here's mipmap level 1. There's no issues, which is kind of expected. So now let's go to mipmap level 2. No issues. I'm just going to jump straight up to mipmap 10 because it's a big texture. Oh, so we can kind of see here it's actually blurring together now. So this confirms what I thought, in that the mipmaps do exist, in that they're blurring these together. It's just, for whatever reason, even at a single pixel of compression, oh my god, I get it. I get it. Because at a single pixel, it calculates the mipmap derivative of still. Wait, no, that actually doesn't make sense still. Hold on. Yeah, at a really small size, this 100% should calculate the mipmap. Is mipmapping broken in this for some reason? Did I like break mipmapping? Yeah, I'm testing this, and it's like, man, there is no error here. Wow. So, perfect sprite sheet animations, I guess, then. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me, because the oh my god, it does make sense. It actually does make sense. If your tiles are power of 2, then the mipmap samples happen in tiny chunks of 4x4. Oh my god, I figured it out. Dude, what the hell? You don't need any of this trickery I did. Wait, what? Oh my god. Math is so hard. So to get the derivatives for the mipmaps, which is what we do manually right here to control them, So this is actually really good. I still can use this code. But I don't need it for here because whenever it does calculate maps, it does it in 4x4 chunks or 2x2, which is just 4 pixels. And as long as your thing is a power of 2, these 2x2 chunks will never overlap across the red and blue because like this overlap point is at 15, the odd number, and because it goes 2x2 each time, it just does it in perfect tiles. Jesus Christ. It's like, okay, well, that explains why our animation just works. And this actually makes, oh my god, this makes things so much easier. We don't need this level of detail extension. We don't need any of this stuff. Oh wait, I just realized it'll break for linear. That whole, so I think what I should do is I should get this working for linear as well. And I think this is going to be way more difficult. First of all, I think this is going to be repeating. Yeah, so it's because of the repetition, I believe we get these, I'm not sure if this is due to repetition. So there's still some more stuff to figure out. So let's try turning off repetition. No, that didn't fix it. All right. Very interesting. So this is the linear sampling causing borders. This isn't even the MIP mapping yet. Wait. Why did that just... Oh, it's because I kept this in. Alright, so I think I can just fix all of this. Hold on, what? This is bugging the hell out of me. Why is this showing up? Why was that bar just showing up at the corner? So I believe I can just add padding and it'll fix this. But it won't fix the MIP maps, which I do think show up. Or should show up at lower sizes. Let's fix this border first. So this padding right here, I should be able to increase this to just like 1 divided by 32, and then, I'm just gonna add the padding right here. Plus padding times 0.5, and then multiply this by 1 minus tiling uniforms type requires uniform setter of type. Oh. Okay, so we'll do 0 padding to begin. This should be full issues. Okay, why is this here? Hold on a minute. What is happening that there is a goddamn border here all of a sudden? Wait a minute. Like, what did I mess up in my code? This doesn't make sense. Why does it clip out a... So is this just a bug with the... No, it's not just a bug with the... Wait, what? So sometimes I just start it and there's a border on the page. Hold on, wait a minute. Disable uBlock. Dude, what? Why is there sometimes a border and why some... I've never seen a bug like this. Actually, what the hell? Let me restart my browser. What? It just randomly shows up? Is it like detecting the wrong inner width and height, or... I'm so confused. I'm thinking that I wrote a little bit of text or something here. I don't know, like maybe a part of my material code here is being added. Huh. Okay, hold on. Does this happen in any of the other examples? No, there's no border. There's no border ever. So why that... Wait, what? Wait, what? Why is there just sometimes a border? It doesn't make sense. Like, this scroll bar right here should not be here. Max device width. Slash style padding. No way. Is it just randomly inserting padding or something? It doesn't make any sense. Where's the border coming from? Okay, let's try doing overflow none. Okay, first of all, let's try changing this to HTML and body. No, that's not it. Okay. Overflow equals none. Oops, I just overwrote that. Okay, I should actually do this in the UI. First of all, let's try setting padding to nothing. No, it's not that. So overflow equals none. Wait a minute. Even with overflow equals none is invalid. Wait. Off? What is overflow off again? I think it's overflow or something. Let me see. CSS scroll bar randomly appears. This doesn't make sense. Oh my god. So when it loads the page, it calls graphics.resize, which sets this to the it sets the canvas and UI display to the window inner width and inner height. So the only way that this would be wrong... Holy shit, I'm a moron. This scroll value. Look at this. I had it zoomed in. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm overthinking the hell out of that. I'm like, where is this bug showing up that scroll bars just show up out of nowhere, and it was just me scrolling in. Yeah, so now they never show up. Oh my god. That is really weird though, how it did randomly appear, like it didn't appear all the time. Alright, so this should be 1 divided by 64. Can JSON read? No, JSON can't read math. 1 divided by 64 is invalid. So let's just try... It might actually be easier to just do some kind of like auto padding here for people. Because see, it's weird because for the nearest you actually don't want padding. So alright, let's try and fix it on one side first of all. Okay, so that actually fixed it pretty much on the one side. There's a tiny little bit of blurring coming through. So 1 minus... This is 1 divided by 64. I think it's actually dependent on how big these tiles are. So they're 16 by 16. So maybe this is actually supposed to be 1 divided by 16. Okay, that fixed it. It is 1 divided by 16. Alright. Very interesting. Oh, this is scaling it. So this is scaling it where it works. This actually needs to, I think, be divided by the tiling XY still? Let's just try. This should be halfway. Oh, I never rebuilt it. This should be halfway across the two. Wait a minute. Why is it not doing anything? Oh, it's moving it across such a giant distance. Okay, there we go. Now I think I just need to do times 0.5. There we go. Perfect tiling. Until the bitmaps show up. This should then break when bitmaps show up. So let's try and make an example where this gets smaller. Alright, impressively enough, this actually isn't causing issues yet. I wonder if in this case the bitmaps are still aligned. So they're 16 in size, so this 8 by 8 it should get smaller now and should show up as purple. It is not though. It is actually rendering properly. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it is rendering absolutely fine, even up to like pixel precision. That is crazy. Woohoo though, we got it. There's our image sprite sheet. Okay, let's set this back to our... Actually, hold on. Let me try and optimize this more. So this is tile size. ZW equals tile size. So this is going to be 16 by 16. And that's going to be helpful too if we ever do want to compute stuff related to the specific tile pixels. Now to just optimize this, because I think there is a much better way of doing this than doing all of these divisions over and over again. So let's actually rewrite this and break it down. And also I should comment this. Convert tile ID to normalized tile coordinates. And then shift tile coordinates and scale UV. Padding to fix bleeding. So this padding option is really nice because this also see, this is a really difficult thing, because it's like I guess I'm just actually gonna have this as a padding option, because like it honestly kind of makes sense for people just to choose their exact own pattern. Like if you try and automatically do the padding based off the tile size, like there's times when you're doing nearest sampling where you don't want it to cut off the edges because it actually doesn't need to. So it's like letting people control the padding here is more complicated because you actually have to provide these padding values. But at the same time, it's like way better because then people can actually control their padding. I'm just thinking, I think I can add this padding like that before I do the division here. That should work. Yep, there we go. Same result. It's super small and really hard to see, but basically it's showing that our colors aren't getting blurred together into purple. So, okay, we can go back to our regular sprite sheet animation. This is actually so shocking to me because I basically just thought I was going to be fixing an issue this morning that didn't even exist. Classic. So let's switch this back from our checkerboard to our animation. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I was going to say I might need to do different stuff for the repeating, but I believe that will actually get fixed by the padding. There we go. There's our little simple sprite sheet animation. And it's actually really hard to tell, but I don't think it's showing any red here. Like maybe I don't need the padding or something because it is not showing any bugs. Our animation just works though. Is actually so awesome. And it's so efficient as well because it does all of the tiling just in shaders. Alright, it's beautiful. And honestly, not a bad animation, I think. It actually looks like a guy. I thought it was going to be ridiculously bad when I play this back, but it's pretty good. Alright, let's, has anything updated? Ludum Dare. Man, I saw someone tweet a really good thing the other day about how so I feel like I should be tweeting stuff for Ludum Dare because like that's the whole thing is like, oh look at this that I made for Ludum Dare, oh look at this. And I saw someone saying that like there's a huge issue these days with developers just making stuff because it looks cool on Twitter and not because it's actually like useful for game dev. And I was just like, holy shit, you just hit like the fucking mark right there. Like the amount of RTX, like I think RTX is a great example of this. Something that's basically all hype and buzz and doesn't actually transfer into actual technology that shows up in games. Huge amount of hype. People go crazy on Twitter and stuff for it, but it doesn't actually transfer into the games. And I feel like that same thing applies with a bunch of this stuff. And I also saw a person saying, I saw a separate game dev say this, is that they actually stopped, so they were running a dev blog for, I can't remember what this game, it's like Spore, it's like a new Spore game this guy's developing. It's BioGrid, I want to say. And the dev actually said, I'm stopping posting because it creates this cycle where they feel like they need to just build stuff, not to actually make the game, but just to make people on Twitter happy, to make them think that they're making the game. If that makes sense. And like, I think that makes so much sense because like, making stuff that looks good on Twitter and making stuff that looks good in like a dev log is not the same as like what actually plays well. Like it sounds crazy, but like all the tech demos and stuff you see that are flashy, like they're fucking amazing, dude. The demo scene is amazing, but like a bunch of people are really open with the fact that they're demos. Is it going to give us any hints? I'm wondering what the keynote is. Alright. Well, I guess since this got done so easily, oh, I forgot, I also need to tint this by color. So let's copy this into our shader code now. image sprite sheet shader scenery 2d.extra stored in object uniform od1.w sprite sheet shader set frame ID via tv.extra. Okay, there's our sprite sheet shader. Let me just make sure this all still works. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do actually, I should do something that I need to do first before doing particle physics that I don't really need. So I need to kind of think about how I even want to build a particle system that could support multiple types of particles, multiple different shapes and animations. But what I really need to do is that I made a bunch of changes to the 3D physics here, and I never went back and changed it to the 2D physics. So let's do that. There's a few key things. First of all, in the collider here, yeah, so I changed this around so that it actually only checks, so it actually, I completely changed how this works. This before just checked for sphere, square, or custom normal, and this now will actually measure the normal length of the square and the custom normal, and if you get the worst case scenario where the normal length is 0, then it'll actually fall back to the sphere. Oh my god. Okay, so my throat just started hurting while I started talking, and I was just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna keep talking." Oh god, it just got way worse. Not an intelligent move. So let's refactor this a little bit, though. We need to basically just swap around the order that this happens. If this does not equal 0, so I'm kind of just looking at these and making sure that nothing's not extremely different. So I need to calculate the length for the custom normal here, just in case it's 0. And I think everything about calculating this length is fine. I just need to change this BD to NL so it's actually stored. This is kind of complicated stuff, but I need to refactor it. Oh, this might actually be broken in the Physics 3D. It is! That's a good catch. So in my refactoring of the 2D version, I found an issue with the 3D version. Good stuff. Oh, and if NL is 0, we don't need to do this rotation, but it doesn't really matter. This is worst case scenario stuff right here. If the normal length is 0. And I need to go through the physics and delete all these comments, but honestly that's all in the 3D stuff, so I'm not gonna worry about that yet. Wait, what am I doing else? So normal is just direction to center. And if sphere normal is 0, then we return diagonal. Because basically what I did is I went through and fixed this so it will never ever return 0 as the normal. And this is actually wrong for 2D. Found an error there. So this in 3D is actually square root 2, or wait, 1 divided by square root 2, which is 0.7. Whereas in 3D, it's 1 divided by square root 3, which is the 0.577, which I had there. So that's the normalized, that's a normalized diagonal vector. Just go through and fix this up a little bit. Alright, so that's it for the collider, I believe. Square normal. So then the one thing I believe I changed is how I sampled the custom distance function. So I changed that. No, yeah, this is actually fixed here. Alright, so this custom distance function, I'm just making sure it's called correctly. And then I changed here the way it responds to physics collisions. I fixed an issue where objects stop moving or can get like stuck on each other. If this does not equal -1, then we need to shift the body to the extra collider or the add-on collider. And then at the end, we actually shift the body to its last position. Right down here. And this way we can take out this code. Okay, and what I changed, something right here. Okay, this. If the velocity after bouncing is still, or if the velocity is still facing the direction of the surface normal after bouncing, then just flip the velocity because it's completely wrong. Or it's not completely wrong, but you're gonna get, it basically means it's in a situation where something, I'm not even sure what messes up. I think the math just works out that way sometimes, but you basically get an object that's at like a perfect perpendicular angle where it doesn't have any bounce and it also doesn't have any slide, so it just stops, but for some reason it keeps... Okay, it's so interesting because gravity is constantly applying force, right? Which is fine as long as the bouncing works fine, because that's where the gravity actually gets the opposing force applied when it bounces back up. This causes such an interesting bug, or not having this, where when it hits right at a perfect perpendicular, or actually parallel to this, perpendicular to the surface normal, it ends up causing no bounce, but gravity keeps building up. So the object's velocity actually keeps building even though the object stops moving. It's like, it's such an interesting bug. Anyways, a really easy fix. Just check if it didn't flip around after bouncing and flip it around manually. And the nice thing is this can't happen to bodies, rigid bodies, because they're all circles or spheres. Alright, now I think that's it. I just need to make sure, because like if I don't, it's going to cause serious issues. Custom distance, custom data. Yep, it's all working. Okay. And I mean, just for paranoia's sake, let's go to our physics 2D example here and just making sure it still works. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh my god, look at this. So this is why you test it. This is why you test it. Oh my god. So, okay, what part of my code broke that? What did I change? If I had to guess, it's the normal right here. I'm doing something when I calculate the normal, I think. Oh, I have no NL here. Of course. Of course. There we go. I was gonna say, I know it's in the normal because, like, right there, as soon as it hits the thing and it needs to bounce, if the normal's wrong, it doesn't bounce. Console.log. Let's debug the normal. Negative 0.7, 0.6. So that's actually, that is the correct normal. Well, okay, something else is messing up then. Must be something right here. I'll try that. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I deleted probably the most important part of this if statement when I copied it. Smaller than 0. And then I just copied this and I deleted the end of it, including smaller than 0. There we go. So this is why you test things, though. I could have just expected that worked perfectly and just moved on to something else, and then I would have gone back and used the physics at some point and gone, wait, everything stops moving when it hits each other. Well, there we go. I really like this physics example because it actually shows energy conservation. Like, the ball never bounces up higher than, like, it starts at this certain height with this potential energy, and the highest it ever goes is bouncing back up to that potential energy. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna not quite be right back, but I'm gonna go and look at getting something to eat for lunch and refill my water so that my throat doesn't die. Oh yeah, way better to catch it sooner than later. And I mean, for like the game jam, I think this applies even more because it's like, if you go into the game jam and you all of a sudden just get stuck because your physics engine doesn't work, I don't want to say you're screwed, but like, I don't know how else you can cripple yourself other than something like that. All right, hold on. My cat wants food now, so I'm gonna get my cat food, and then I'm starting to heat up lunch for myself. Hold on, I just realized the ball gets. I've never run it this long to realize that the ball gets to a point where it just bounces straight up and down. Hold on, is it? It's really slowly moving to the left. Oh, it's eventually gonna get right here. This is actually really interesting. Okay, hold on. This might actually have broken energy conservation. This little thing I changed. Wait a minute. The ball looks like it's bouncing faster now. Maybe I might be wrong. Let's try something. Length 2D of the rigid body, velocity X, velocity Y. Alright, so it maxes out at like 1.3. So basically we're looking for the max velocity at a certain point. That's like its max potential energy. Oh, so it starts out with like 1.3. Yeah, actually, seems completely good. I'm really curious though if this flipping the velocity, I feel like I should scale back the velocity by like friction when I do that, because I have a feeling that it actually causes energy conservation to break. But it doesn't look like it actually, because it's still returning basically the same energy values. Like, I'm just thinking, flipping the velocity around, if anything, that actually should solve energy conservation, because if you have gravity pushing the Y down, flipping that around should cancel out that gravity. I feel like you could just work on a physics engine for like 10 years and it still wouldn't be like perfect, or there's probably no such thing as like a perfect physics engine. I don't know. Actually, if it's like the Euler method or Verlet integration, you just get infinite iterations, but infinite is impossible on a computer, at least. Probably in the universe too. Alright. I need to think about, how do I want to do... I'm just going to leave this little animation up. Just because I like it. How am I going to do particle physics? Like, I've never actually made a modular particle engine where it allows you to create like custom like animations and things. Like, I've never, so I'm not sure how I would structure that. I don't think I'm going to integrate it with physics, but we'll see. Hold on, I'm going to check on my lunch. My cat is just so cute. I really hope the Ludum Dare theme is a theme where I can use cats. That would be great. I wonder if the internet is reaching a point where it's reaching saturation of cats. Like, people got so much cute cat pictures on the internet that now it's like, it's just normal. Normalized all the cute cats. So what? One of the themes for Ludum Dare is control the world, not the player. And what I thought of is a game where you control a cat that tries to go through a level by pointing a laser pointer. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna put up the Ludum Dare page because, or at least the page for the themes, because like, can actually start thinking of some themes now. So decay, layers, control the world, not the player, nomad, connections, stuck in a loop, feeding the monster, delay the inevitable, contain it, day and night, shipwrecked, clockwork, you can't save them all. Death is not the end. Summoning, the world changes when you are not looking. Okay, death is not the end. Has anyone seen Hades? Like, people are talking about Hades a lot these days because apparently it does. I read a nice thing about apparently it does roguelike mechanics insanely well, and that when you die in Hades, you actually like dying because you get to go back and improve stuff that you learned from going before. And I feel like that is the 100%. Like Hades, the game is the theme. Death is not the end. All right. So if death is not the end, then what could death be? Like, so if death isn't a punishment, then death. So I'm thinking there's like two main categories of games you can do for death is not the end. You can do like Hades, where dying is actually good, in a sense. Hmm. Or you could do something where dying is still a punishment. Hmm. Huh. If death isn't death and it's a punishment, then what kind of punishment could you do? Like, I mean, restarting. Hold on, I just realized a lot of games like Super Mario, death isn't the end. I think this is kind of a stupid game because basically every game these days actually has respawns where death isn't the end. Like, isn't death not the end, just respawns? Wait a minute. It's kind of ambiguous. It could mean a lot of things. Yeah. Death is not the end. See, that's the thing though, is like by definition, death is normally the end. So like I think out of like all things of ambiguity, death is probably one of the most clear and least ambiguous things in that it is the end. Like, you get what I mean? This is basically saying the end of life is not the end. Which, I mean, if you, like, maybe when you die, you, like, start another character. But, like, that's exactly how every game these days works. I guess I feel like Stuck in the Loop and Death is Not the End could be combined in, like, you get some cyberpunk reality where when people die, their consciousnesses are just uploaded to some, like, hive mind, but, like, the people don't have a choice, so they're, like, stuck in a loop of dying over and over again. I don't know. So, day and night is a really interesting one, too. Like, literally, I immediately get, like, stuff is tied to the day and night cycle. But, like that just opens the doors to so many things, like werewolves. Werewolves are day and night. At night, they become werewolves. But I feel like there's stuff, like new stuff you could create. Like, what if you even changed the definition of day and night? Like, what if it's a place like Alaska where the night is like. Isn't night in Alaska like 90% of the time? I think it might be even less than that for the majority of the year. I'm really excited to see what theme gets picked. I don't know if I remember this wrong, but I swear to God that I remember the Ludum Dare theme gets released before the actual jam begins. Like, I swear that this final voting round actually ends like a few hours before the actual jam begins, so you have time to think of an idea. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. I'm trying to think of games that might use something like that. One thing I come up with offhand is if you've seen Ultimate Chicken Horse, there's a mode where you can set it after you die, you come back as a zombie at the same point for another chance to win, but your movement is more limited. Huh. So I think a zombie hive mind would be really good for, like, death is not the end. Like maybe, okay, I feel like you could also combine death is not the end And like a lot of these actually could fall under this. But like imagine you're controlling like a hive mind of ants or zombies. So you control one zombie or ant at a time, but then when one dies, you get put on the next one in the hive mind. And it's like the way to play the game effectively is like the way you would try and model the game mechanics is so that like you actually want to do stuff that helps the whole hive and like the zombie or ant you're going to be playing in the future, instead of like basically make a game where you want to work towards long-term goals that you're going to get not when you're playing like the current life but after you die. So I feel like generally speaking though, for Ludum Dare games, oh yeah, I'm just maybe I'll actually oh, let me slide on camera. I'm just sitting in a comfy chair for a bit. Hello. So, I don't know how many people play Flash games. Like, I hate, man, that it's so weird to me now going, oh yeah, you know about this Flash game from like 15 years ago? And I'm like, dude, there's a whole bunch of kids that aren't even going to know about any of these amazing Flash games or anything from Congregate or Miniclip, because like, there's no modern equivalent. Like, Flash is dead still, right? But I feel like if anyone ever played those old games on Newgrounds or Congregate, where a lot of them followed the very similar formula, where you basically, I don't know what to call it. A lot of them were like idle games, where you don't actually do a lot. Like maybe you'll shoot a cannon into the sky, you get some points, and then you spend those points on an upgrade like a stronger cannon, and it makes you shoot farther, and you get more points. I'm gonna be honest, the gameplay in those is shallow as hell. But dude, kids and tons of people where like love that shit when you don't want to get like in depth to a game and basically just like click something and get like basically just click and play without really thinking about it much. I feel like that's the exact type of game that Ludum Dare is like designed for. And the guy also said a game that people could just play, or Mike, the guy that runs this, he said that I can't remember where he said this. I don't know, maybe it was on the blog here on Ludum Dare, but he said you want to try and make a game that people can pick up and play alone in a few minutes, preferably in browser. Which I thought, like, that 100% lines up with what I know from my previous game jams, where first of all, if you make your game playable in browser, it gets like 100 times more plays or views than the people who you have to download their game. I hate that though. I personally think that's really bad because that a bunch of people like know this. Native games have so much more optimization. Like a lot of people want to make native games that you download because it's more optimized. It lets them do more. But then the people who actually play games don't want to just download any random game. So it's kind of biased in that aspect. Huh. Hold on. I think I had some talks to watch while I just sit here. We might watch a like presentation or something. Alright, so I got two things that are actually I got one really old thing that I might watch. So this is an interview with a developer from the game Old School RuneScape after he left the company. So I think this was a good interview because he actually got to talk about stuff freely after he was off an NDA, I believe.
then. I mean, the floor is yours. Whatever you want to say, I will leave it to you.
So what can we talk publicly about? Now, one thing I can't talk about is the details of what happened, because obviously that would be really unfair on Dan.
Oh yeah, so this is, I literally saved this at the point where he's going into detail. So I don't know, this is a really long thing.
Talk to me about life before Jagex. What did you do?
Oh, blimey! Right, so I worked my first real job was actually working for my next door neighbours when I was 12 in their garden centre, sweeping up. That was £1 an hour.
Wow.
I know, £1 an hour. I used to buy a can of Coke and watch the football on Saturday afternoon, which used to be on normal TV back then. In fact, there were TVs back then before anyone was quite surprised about that.
Yeah, no, it used to be on free-to-air TV on BBC and ITV, right?
Just BBC.
Oh, no, just BBC, you're right, yeah, sorry.
You get Grandstand, which not a huge amount of people remember, I would imagine.
I love the themes on the Grandstand.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Big difference between trying 50 different games in the browser and downloading 50
when I was
games.
16, I got a part-time job at Waterstones, which is a book chain. And I worked through there until I was for about 9 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
And started off just selling books at the weekend, and then ended up managing a store.
Wow, same job for 9 years from 16 is really good, in my opinion.
Wicksteed Park, which is quite nice. Worthwhile taking Mini Shawnee to at some point when she gets older.
No, it's...
but that's about it. So I did that, and then I left and joined Homebase and designed kitchens for a bit. When I was somewhere in there, there's a great 3 months where I worked for a musical instrument shop. And every lunchtime, the manager used to bring in a bottle of wine, and we just all get absolutely blottoed all afternoon. And the shop went bust after 3 months, but it was a great 3 months.
I should mention, you will occasionally hear my at Facebook, and that's just my wife. I'm just talking to my wife while she's at work, trying to keep her company. So you will occasionally hear little blips. So sorry for the confusion there. So 3 months music job, closed down.
3 months closed down, and then I joined Homebase. And after that, what did I do after that? Importing forklift trucks from China. So from designing kitchens to importing forklift trucks from China, which was a bit of a different job. That was quite fun. Got to drive around some big forklift trucks. And then it was just before I started that job that my wife turned to me and said, Matt, I found this great game you should play called RuneScape. This was back in May 2004. And I was like, okay, I better do what the wife says because, as you'll know, you don't have a choice in these matters. So started working started playing RuneScape, and then about October time, I became a PMod. So one of the first PMods that was around.
Can you remember who messaged you?
Oh, it was. Oh, damn! What was her name? No.
That's
gone. Completely gone.
Thought I'd ask just in case.
Mod Emma V.
Mod Emma V, okay.
Emma V, so Emma Vicenzi or something. Married now, so she hasn't got that name. So I became a PMod. Then in October the next year, my wife saw a job in the local newspaper, or rather sort of in the summer, local newspaper to go work for player support. So my wife applied for the job. She went there, had an interview, and had a trial, and didn't get the job.
Oh my god!
When she came back, she told me I had to go and apply for the job. So I went and applied for the job, and I got the job, and started off in player support. That was my journey.
Everyone seems to start as I'm going to get into it.
Yeah.
Maz just said Mod MV was on trial at the same time as me, and we all got the job in support.
Yes, because there was you, there was Emma, and who was the third one? There was another female, wasn't there?
I'm sure Maz will be able to.
Yeah, I'm sure Maz, because she went off and became an artist. In fact, I think both of them, that was it, Laura, that's right. I think both of them went off to become artists. And one of them, if I remember rightly, married, I think they both, Emma and Laura, married people from Jagex.
Okay.
Possibly. It's boring.
High level forums?
Oh god, yeah. So right, okay. What happened in 9 years? So yeah, high level forums and the clan leader forum. They were two really exciting times because that was when we had a new head of community come in, a guy called Martin. Real clever guy, far too maverick for Jagex at the time. He wanted to do all this really cool stuff, but at the time, Jagex wasn't ready to do all this really cool stuff. It's all stuff we've done since, so it was the right thing to do, and he was ahead of the curve in doing it. And it was those are the two things that came out and stuck. So the high level forums. The whole idea was just somewhere to make the high level players feel a bit valuable, get a bit of feedback from them if we wanted to. Nothing more than that. And it very quickly turned into I want to become a high level player to get into these forums. And it started off with 347 people in it, I think, was the first lot. So you had to be maxed to get into it. It started with 347 people. And the most fascinating thing about it was whenever you used to add somebody, you used to add them. What have we got? 666 Falador Massacre.
Yes.
So I was there on that night. That was quite entertaining because we had it was 1 o'clock in the morning, I think it was, and our shift finished at 2 a.m. And so we're sitting there, then we hear these reports come through saying someone is killing people. And it's like, no, it can't be happening. Come on, it can't be happening. So we ignore it, and a few more reports come through, and it's like, we probably ought to have a look at this. And we log into Gabe to see, what's his face running around killing lots of people. Juriel. Yeah. And I spoke with him actually about 6 months ago, so I'll tell you about that in a minute as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was. We sat there, I was like, what on earth do we do? So you phone the escalation process and you phone a developer, which turned out to be Ash.
Oh my god, there's so much
we need
here.
someone to come in and fix this because it's a bit broken. It's going to be half hour before anybody turns up, so they've got to wake up and get dressed and do all the stuff before actually turning up and doing something, because there's no out of office working at that point. You had to come into the office. And we so it's like, right, okay, let's ban the people responsible. So we're getting all these reports come in. So we ban Juriel, obviously, because he's the one doing all the killing. And then we found out that it was a guy called Cursed You, who I also spoke to recently, which is quite interesting. Cursed You, who was the player that instigated the bug that did it.
Because he held the party, didn't he? The 99 Construction
Yes,
Party.
he held the party. He allowed people to enable. He enabled the bugs so people would go and kill each other. And he was a notorious bug abuser and real world trader as well. But for some reason, it took about 12 months to actually ban him. So we banned him on the night and said, right, okay, that's it, problem solved. Then he got unbanned the next day by Andrew.
What?
Well, on the command of Andrew. I don't think he actually did it himself. He might have done, but there was a note on there saying, why is this guy banned? There's no evidence to show that he did anything. And we're sitting there going, well, come on. It's quite clearly everyone is telling us this. And so it obviously came a bee in the bonnet for the ICU team back then to actually find this guy cheating so they could get rid of him with evidence. Because everybody knew what he'd been doing. And it took about 12 months to get enough evidence to stop him being banned. And like I said, I was chatting to him. Yeah, it was probably about a year ago now. He was saying that the money he made from it, he used to put himself through university. And my sort of approach, which, my approach, he made about 20 grand, I think, from actually all the bug abuse he did and the stuff.
Holy hell.
And he used it to put himself through university. And my sort of approach, officially when I worked at Jagex, it was bad, couldn't do it. But my approach has always been personally how I feel about it is, people make a huge amount of money by doing this. And as long as I use that money for something positive, I'm quite comfortable with it.
That's a good view on it.
Because there's nobody really missing out unless you're sort of stealing other people's accounts and doing that sort of thing, which I think is very wrong. But the actual real world trading and stuff, and I'm like, it's as long as that money's being used, I can see a good reason for it. And he used it to go through university, so I was like, fair play, carry on. And on the flip side of that, I don't know if anybody remembers what's his name? Oh, he was responsible for all the DDoSing that happened back in 2013, 14.
I'm sure the chat can help us out with that one.
Yeah, come on, what was his name? EJM. That was in. No, this was before Savaged. Even though Savaged was small fish compared to EJM. I was chatting to EJM again. It was after I left Jagex. We were talking about it, and he was saying that he made £1 million from all the stuff
Holy
he did,
shit.
DDoSing and the real world trading.
What?
And I said, "Oh, that's like really well done, but what have you done with the money?" He's like, "Oh, I'm retired now. I'll do nothing." I'm like, "Come on, that's the laziest thing in the world you could possibly do. You've got this money which can make a massive difference to the world, and you're doing nothing with it." And that's a sort of like that. I mean, to be fair, he might not have been telling the truth, and he probably inflated the number to make himself look bigger than he was. But the really cool thing about it was when we knew it was happening, I ran an investigation to find out who the guy was who was doing it. And we had the names and addresses of his family, where he lived, and everything else. So afterwards, I was talking to him and saying, "Oh, yeah, we found all this stuff out about you. We just decided not to take you to court because we solved it in other ways. And to be fair, it takes a lot of money to do that." So I told him about it. He's like, "Oh, my God, you knew exactly who I was." I was like, "Well, yeah. The internet tells us these things. It's not hard to do." And anyway, yeah, so we were effectively doxing people, but that's what you do. If you want to sue somebody, you find the information, you do that. But
Out the way. Okay,
yeah.
well, I guess while we're on the topic of Dan then, I mean, the floor is yours, whatever you want to say, I will leave it to you.
So what can we talk publicly about? Now, one thing I can't talk about is the details of what happened, because obviously that would be really unfair on Dan. There's probably legal stuff as well, privacy about individuals and what have you. I mean, I suppose I could talk about how I felt about what happened, because I was involved in the conversations. I was the one who first knew what was going on, instigated the investigation, and then had to go through the situation of having to deal with it once what happened.
Can you talk, so you mentioned just now you instigated the investigation. Can you talk about how you got an inkling something was wrong?
Okay, actually, I should explain this. So, I just realized how little information there actually is around here. So this is Mod Matt K, a developer from the game RuneScape and old school RuneScape. He's now an ex-mod, so he got on this interview and he's actually able to talk about stuff that wasn't able to talk about before because not working there anymore. And like this specifically here, he's talking about this moderator called Mod Reach, who actually abused his power at the company to sell enough gold and items in the game to buy a car or something like that. This actually happened multiple times at the company Jagex. So find this really interesting because it's basically like a straight up corruption.
No.
Fine. It's fine.
I wish I could, but no, I probably.
So like right there you can see he asks
Fine.
him
Situation
if he knows how something was wrong.
First
and he
knew
just
what
says
was
no.
going on, instigated the investigation, and then had to go through the situation of having to deal with it once what happened.
Can you talk, so you mentioned just now you instigated the investigation. Can you talk about how you got an inkling something was wrong?
No.
Fine. It's fine.
I wish I could, but no, I probably should. So I knew something was going on, and I then went obviously to my boss, who then got his boss. So it was me, and I think it was the executive producer of RuneScape at the time, and I don't know what Neil's job title was. Who was my boss at the time?
Hello.
Right,
Sorry, my wife just walked in. Hello.
Hello, wife. How's she doing?
She just got home from work, bless her. And I think she wanted to listen in on the gossip, so yeah, can't blame her. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So I had to go speak to them, and I was like, right, something's going on. We need to look at it. So we got the director of technology involved to start doing all the technology checks to find out what was going on. We got to a stage where nothing had happened for a month, and I'm thinking, right, thank God I'm wrong. That's fine. I'm happy to be wrong in situations like this. Nothing bad is happening. And then after we'd had a conversation, it was like, I'm beginning to feel better about it. The next day, something happened. It's like typical. So we had the evidence of stuff that was going on. And so obviously we sat down. It was me and again the exec producer, and it's probably higher up by then. This was Phil, so it was, ended up being the CEO. And it's like, right, okay, what you're gonna have to do, Matt, is
Just casually sitting there with the CEO.
you need to call him into an office and tell him what's going on and present him with the evidence, and then we'll be around. And I was like, well, okay, if I'm going to do that, can you make sure one of you's quite near? Because I don't know how he's going to react. I don't know if he's going to get violent. Because Dan was never violent, but he was always a bit bolshy at times. And when he got angry, he got a bit animated. So I was like, I just want to cover myself. He wasn't at all, but that was one of the things that worried me. It's like, right, just make sure one of you's nearby, just in case. And
so it's really interesting to me during the interview. He's basically not talking about a lot of what happened. He's being super ambiguous in how he's talking about it, which I mean makes sense, probably like legally. But it's interesting. Most people still know, like, I've heard about Mod Reach at this point, and there's also been Mod Jed now. There's been Mod Jed. There's been another.
So he said, right, okay, we've got the office set. We'll do it at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So of course that night I got no sleep whatsoever. Came to 10 to 11. It's like, yeah, we've got to delay it by an hour. I'm like, oh God. I'm sitting next to him at the time as well. So, he's literally sat here. These emails are coming in. I'm like,
oh, so you're trying to, oh my God, so you have an emails coming in, you don't want him to see, because he's right next to you, you don't want him to see the emails.
Yeah.
Oh
so
my God. Okay. Oh my
so
God.
This is what it's like. So, and then it finally happened about 4 hours later as well. So I'm getting nothing done that day whatsoever. And he's asking me questions, and I'm trying to act as if nothing's going on. It's a really difficult, tough time. And so then it's like, right, okay, we'll do it now. So I sort of went over to him and said, all right, Dan, can you come with me for a minute? The walk from where we used to sit on the top floor down to the HR offices on the ground floor.
You were, if I remember correctly, second floor, top right corner of the second floor, and then you had to go all the way, because the HR's rather on the bottom floor, so there was a long stair walk, right?
Yeah, that seemed to take a fucking age. That was like God. Hours of walking, that felt like at the time. And I got into the room, and I hadn't planned what I wanted to say to him. I was like, Dan, I just don't know how to say this, but you've been doing this. And I told him what we found out, and he's like, no, I haven't. I was like, look, we've got the
So he's not saying what they found out, though. I would love if they gave specifics. Hold on, I'll be right back. Man, what the hell? I think someone just butt dialed my phone and left a message, a really long message.
Very time I just saw this big lump of paper in front of him. He didn't even look at it, and he just burst into tears. And then we had about an hour of a conversation about why it was happening, what had happened, and so we talked about this. And I don't want to go into the details of what it was or why
Absolutely
it happened. And then I had to obviously go get Neil and Phil, and they came along, and they made the final decision, and then he was let go. And so I bumped into Dan about 12 months later, and so we sat down. I think it was at Insomnia, and we sat down and talk about it, because I've never felt anger or hate or malice towards Dan at all. I've always liked Dan, and I always will.
So it was just a mistake, right? It was just a silly thing he did. That's just the gist of it.
I'm not going to say that.
No, right. So what I mean is that, whatever he did,
just a silly thing. Just used my position to make $30,000.
There's no hate involved in it.
Just a silly $30,000.
I can understand why he did what he did. I'm talking to him about it 12 months later. He was still like, I don't regret any of it. And I was like, that's fair enough. If you don't, you move on with your life, you go somewhere else, and you carry on. Mm-hmm. But yeah, for the people saying easy Audi, he sold it 3 months later.
Easy Audi. Okay, there he admitted it. He just said it. So he bought an Audi. So I'm not certain. I think it was probably more than 30,000. So that's
Well,
yeah.
there you go.
Fine.
Like,
Didn't get to keep the Audi.
I understand people are going to want gossip and stuff, but like I completely understand where Matt's coming from. Like at the end of the day, this is a person we're talking about. It probably isn't. It's absolutely not fair to them to talk about specifics on this. You know, whatever was said was whatever was published in the old school news post. By the way, question: that old school news post I imagine would have been very tough to write. And correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
What? Sorry.
The old school news post that you wrote on the day that it happened, because obviously it was a news post that went out. I think it went out at like 5-6 p.m. that day. I remember seeing it.
That was done by Neil, so that was done by my boss, because the team were not in a position, me included, to write anything. So he did that and got that done. The most difficult time was when I had to address it on the stream the next day. That was the toughest time, because I had to go face to camera and explain what I could explain.
Not just face to camera with no editing.
And I think that to me was a very emotional time. And it was just, I mean, I felt at the time just disappointment and just wished that, you know, we could have been there to help more. So what happened didn't happen and make solve that problem. Because Dan was a great asset. He was a revolutionary thinker. You know, he had ideas that no one else would have had, that would have made the game better than it is today if he was still with us. And I'm disappointed that we weren't able to utilise that any more than we already did.
So he came to the team as QA and went into content development. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, yeah. I mean, to be fair, he was never the greatest content developer. Sorry, Dan, if you're listening. But, you know, if you didn't like doing stuff, Dan, you just didn't do it very well. You'll be the first one to admit that, I'm sure. Let's talk about the sheer level of
Did he just pour himself a drink?
Clue update, for example.
I just heard a bottle opening.
I got very bored with that, and
pouring.
it got very sloppy towards the end. But the great thing about Dan is he was able to think outside the box, and that's something which I always struggled with the old school team. It was very focused on, this is what old school is, what can we do within the realms of old school? Trying to break outside of what was the realms of old school to do something new and unique was always a very difficult thing. I hope that's you, Dan, saying you bought another Audi.
Is that actually him?
I don't know, but I bloody hope so.
I wonder if this was live streamed.
But yeah, I'm not too sure. It probably isn't, if I was to guess. But anyway,
bloody hope it is. That'd be hilarious.
So
Steve had messaged me if he was on, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's true. So,
but yeah, I've always liked Dan, and yeah, he's been. It was disappointing for me personally when it happened.
First time you've done something like that, presumably, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a silly mistake, and it wasn't a silly mistake. It was just silly, and hopefully he's learned from it, and his life seems to be going in a good direction. So that's positive.
Awesome. Okay, so onto that. I did offer you, obviously.
He poured himself some wine. Very nice.
Two of them.
Or a very dark
Zaya,
brandy or
else
something.
you want to bring up in the interim before we get on to Zaya, then by all means.
No, Zaya. Zaya. So it's all about Zaya. Zaya was
even he doesn't know how to say the name. All right, I found that really interesting because they barely, like, obviously it makes sense. A company isn't going to really openly admit one of their employees abusing their position. But, like, I think he said it pretty well. In the scheme of things, him selling that money doesn't really hurt anybody. But it, like, yeah, it's an interesting thing. I don't know if I want to watch any more of this. Jagex departure reasons. This is probably good. Job passion? Alright, I want to see Jagex departure reasons. This probably goes into his passion too.
Shall we get on to your departure from Jagex?
I mean, I don't work there anymore.
No, you don't. When did you leave?
Oh, fuck. I should stop going there every day then, shouldn't I? I thought the restraining order's about.
When did you leave Jagex?
Officially, beginning of March. Beginning of May, wasn't it, last year?
I think I've got May on my list here.
Yeah, beginning of May. So I think my last day working there was probably February.
February?
Yeah, I think it was February, towards the end of February.
Wow. Okay, so obviously I'm going to ask the obvious question. You can decide to answer this or not. Do you want to go into details of that, or do you just want to leave it at that?
I can't go into details.
Fine.
I am forbidden to do so.
Oh.
But I think sort of overall, I think back in 2018, Jagex had changed a lot.
I didn't think this was going to be
Jagex
that
was continuing to
in-depth.
change. There was a point where, I remember having a talk to my manager, and I was saying that 6 months ago I was running a game. I'm not anymore. And that was the fundamental thing for me. It was a case where my job had changed so much that it was no longer what I was good at. And I've been pigeonholed into this area which nobody actually really knew what it was. And it was a case of can I do this thing which nobody really understands what it is. Nobody knows what they want to do, what do they want it to be. They were bringing in executive producers to run the game, and I didn't know why. Nobody was talking to me about that. So it was a case of, it was about time to go and do something else. And that's basically how it came about. I think you chat with my manager, and it's like, well, what's the point of me being here? And that's basically where it went.
Okay.
I think it's a mistake on their part. I earn a lot more than I did back then, and I'm much happier than I was in the last 2 years. I think sort of looking back at it, there was an awful lot of naivety about where the product was going to go and how it was going to get there. The company got incredibly top heavy. Everybody had a different demand on what it should be, and nobody seemed to care about what it was. And it's like, well, let's move on and let somebody else see if they can take it to the next step.
Well, the important thing to come out of that is that you're happier, right? That's the biggest thing. First of all, you seem obviously.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Seem happier, and obviously that's a huge thing in its own right.
So one of the things that I think is quite nice, I really wish my old manager would hear this, was this week at work, we did a kickoff for the year. And part of the kickoff involves looking at the previous year. And they did a vote across the entire company and said who's made the most impact in the company over the last 12 months. And I came third. I've only been at the company for 5 months. And I was like, oh my God, 10% of the entire company voted for me as making the biggest impact over the entire year. And I've been there for 5 months. And I was like, oh my God. If my previous manager had heard that, I would quite happily say, fuck you, mate. Oh, your face is a treat. But as he doesn't work at Jagex now, so yeah, there we go.
No, it's
my CEO. I was chatting to him the other day, and he said, the reason I brought you into the company is because you've got this this ability to empathise with people and to really, bring people along on a journey to make things happen. And also, you're a pretty good product manager too. And I was like, well, that's good then.
The important thing is that you're pretty good at what you do. That's the good thing.
Yeah. And for my CEO, he's that's high praise indeed. But yeah, so I was quite pleased about that. I do miss Jagex every single day.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
no, it's not true. I don't miss Jagex every single day. I miss old school. I miss the old school team. I miss the people I worked with. I miss you. I'm going to make you cry again. I miss so much of what I did at Jagex every single day. That's never going to change. When I left, I didn't feel pleased with Jagex. But then I sort of look back beyond that and I think of the opportunities that I've had and the stuff that I've done, how I've grown as a person. If I look at how I was before I got to old school and started the old school gig, the stuff I've learned from 2013, the stuff I've experienced. I mean, one of the key things, it's probably nothing to so many people, but the first TwitchCon, I went to a foreign country on my own.
Oh yes, I remember. Oh my God, I remember you mentioned about you going on your own. Oh my Lord, I actually remember that so well.
Yeah, and that's something I'd never would ever have felt comfortable to do. But there's one thing I sort of learned. I was like, at that point, I was like, I have to go because this is such an opportunity that I can't say no. And after that, the one thing I learned from that was you've got to put yourself in a difficult situation. You've got to be able to do things that you find uncomfortable and move outside your comfort zone to be able to move forward. Because things such as standing in front of 1,600 people at Roomfest and talking to them is something I would never thought I'd ever be able to do. But you do it, and you just grow as a person through these opportunities. And I'd certainly learned through working on old school and working at Jagex, if you say yes to do stuff. I mentioned earlier about taking responsibility, but saying yes to do stuff grows you as a person and makes you better and bigger as a person. And that's such an amazing thing. I mean, how many people in the chat have stood in front of 1,600 people and had a conversation with them, and presented stuff to them, and it's not a huge amount of people that have done it. And to most people, it will absolutely terrify them. But you do it once, and
I can just imagine their chat is just full of people just going, me, smiley face.
Makes you feel a bit better. You do it twice, it makes you feel even more better. And it even comes to streaming, sitting here talking to a camera, talking to you as me, myself, rather than, a corporate face of Jagex.
Yeah.
Is something that I'm so comfortable with that I think most people can see I'm comfortable with it now.
Oh, I think that comes across quite well.
Yes, I think I had a bit of practice, yeah. It's something that I would, 5-6 years ago, I never thought I would be able to do. I'm such a... It's just stuff that comes from working with a company where Jagex, Jagex allowed me to have those opportunities, and I snapped them up and took hold of them and made it happen. And that's that's something that I would encourage anybody to be able to do. If you're uncomfortable doing something, say yes and then get it done. And then you will see how you grow as a person. Because if you stay in your own little world of yourself, you're never going to go outside that little world. I wouldn't have the job now if I didn't have, if I didn't do what I did for Jagex. When I left Jagex, the amount of people, I changed my LinkedIn profile to looking for a job.
All this stuff is really, this last part has been like such a good part about like working in basically any industry. I feel like
I had contacts from 20 people in under a week wanting me to go and work for them. Right, I had Square Enix, for example, wanted me to go on work on the remake of Final Fantasy VII. And you think, fuck, that's pretty special. I had Wargaming get in touch. I had Minecraft get in touch. World of Warcraft never did, as much as most people would love to think they did. They never did. Every mobile company you could possibly imagine got in touch. Games Workshop didn't either, because I'd have snapped them up like no problem at all. I worked for Games Workshop. Companies up in Newcastle, up in Nottingham, all wanted me to go work for them. So there was a huge opportunity. And before I took this is the killer story. Is before I took up this job. So I accepted this job, and I was about to start on Monday. On Friday, I get a call from Google saying, "Do you want to come work with us on DeepMind?" And I'm like, yeah, as much as I'd love to, I've already signed the contract with a new company, and you've got to do what's right. So I'm working with this new company. So the opportunities that I got from working at Jagex was astounding. And that's something that comes from putting effort into a job, putting effort into trying to do the best that you can, and making sure that you're always trying to push yourself further. And I wouldn't have got that if it wasn't for Jagex. There's no way. As much as as frustrating as those last few months and years were, had all the cool stuff not happened before that, I would not be where I am now. And even just talking to people who are still at Jagex, and that bumping into them at events, because I still go to the same events that they do, there's still such this great feeling of support and camaraderie that goes on. It's a great place. And I sat here thinking about what we're going to talk about today, and I thought that I could bitch until the cows come home and make things look really bad if I really wanted to, but that's not what I want people to get out of this.
No, absolutely not.
Jagex is a wonderful company, but in every company you get people who are dicks, which is always the case, and you've got to deal with that. Mistakes happen, which is always the case. But if you have the opportunity to work for Jagex, you should, because what they can bring you is such a great thing.
And they've
put the effort in,
they've actually gotten so much better as well over the years. Like they absolutely have. Like from
Absolutely.
someone like I joined on like the most minimal temporary contract ever, and people like yourself saw something in me, and I was able to grow as a person from that, and I'm forever grateful for that. So I'm like, I wouldn't be where I am without Jagex. That's a fact. Like, it's helped me immensely. I've met some really amazing people who I consider close friends. I've had the opportunity to like live a really lovely life, and I'm forever grateful for that. It's it's something I love for that. I've got more questions to ask, and I feel like as we get towards the end of the streams, the juicier questions start to come up now. So, you ready for this one?
You mean we haven't had much juice already?
Well, I think we have, but I have to ask this question, otherwise people are going to ask it anyway. In your time at Jagex and on Old School, was there any internal pressure to try and monetize Old School?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There wouldn't be a company if there wasn't. So there have been some bad decisions made. Okay, let's sort of rewind a bit. A company has to make money, right? Yes. A company has to look at how it can maximize the money it comes. That's just basically it. You forget about the products that it creates. If a company doesn't make money, company goes bust. Simple as that. A company that makes less money this year than it did last year is going to go bust. A company always has to be growing. If the company continues growing, then cool stuff will happen, positive stuff will happen. If it shrinks, then that's really, really bad. That's when the business people come in and they just plow down for profit. That's not what we want to be with there. So the company's been growing year on year on year, and I think there's a news post I saw this year or this week or last week where they're talking about 2019 was the most successful year they've ever had, which I completely understand. So which means pressure for MTX has gone into old school. Absolutely was going to happen. I've had conversations with people who have demanded that it goes in. I've had conversations with people who have said if it doesn't go in, the company's going to go bust. I've had multiple conversations on that thing where huge pressure has been put in to make it happen. But one of the things that I'm sort of really proud about is no matter what pressure comes down to me, if I go down to the team and say, right, or I went down to the team and said, right, we're putting in MTX, those guys would push back on me. And the real difficult thing as a product manager within a company is you have to balance above and below. And you get it wrong 99% of the time. You can't get it right, especially with these sort of subjects. It's difficult. Before I left, I spent sort of the last 3 months doing an investigation into MTX. We did lots of customer interviews, focus groups to try and understand what we're doing. And we came out with a clear opinion that the only time that MTX should go into game is if the game is going to die and we're sure of it. And I basically did that for the understanding that this game is a growth game. This game is going to remain a growth game. It's going to continue growing from a revenue point of view if we do the right things, so that we had the evidence to say that no matter what you say, this is what we believe and this is why. This is the evidence to say that you should not put MTX into old school. And if you do, cosmetics, nothing else. That is the worst thing. That is the.
All right. This is I think that's actually past the juicy stuff. I don't consider microtransactions to be that juicy because every single game does it these days. So, I mean, all right, 4 hours to go. Can I actually get it to show the timer here? No. PM. So there, I think it's called Carrion. There's a game where you basically like build up a monster. It's like a bunch of connected tentacles type thing. That's what I think of when I think of Feed the Monster. What I'm thinking is, which one are people going to vote for? Which one would be the most popular here? I almost think it's going to be Control the World, Not the Player. Something about it just catches my eye. All of these are really good themes. I'm really excited for it. I still have no idea how I want to do a particle system. So, yeah, let's think about it. Let me go and show some of my old code for particle systems, so it's not just like, we're not just doing nothing. So a long time ago, I made some GPU particle examples on CodePen. I haven't posted here for like, I want to say like 5 years. Oh my god, it doesn't resize. There we go. So this is 600K. 600K particles. So this is the type of particle system that I want to kind of use for games. This is what I call a stateless particle system. All it is it's actually a vertex shader that's just input a random selection of points, like white noise points, and then it applies deformations in the vertex shader. I don't know, where do I have the vertex shader? I don't know where I coded the vertex shader here. Is it right here? So this sine and cosine. Oops. This sine and cosine in matrix 2 transforms these into hold on, can I visualize what it... Okay, so that's a point. No. Okay. Anyways, it's really interesting because all these particle calculations are just done on the GPU, and it actually plays like a preset animation. Like this is just a time value going up, and it's super fast. That's how you're able to do like 600K. I think I did one for like 4th of July. Yeah. Oh, that's a ray marked. So it's like, it's so easy to make so many cool particle systems that are actually really efficient. So this is what I'm just going to use for the game. And like, so this is the thing. I don't need it. Like, these are things that I can just program when I make the game in like this takes me like 5 minutes to do. Like I can change it. Like if I just change this, it's going to change the animation. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but it did change it a little bit. I think I actually just changed the color. But that's the thing, like, what type of modular particle system could I do where people could almost customize the paths of their part? Like, here's the thing, it's unrealistic to think people are going to animate these insane paths. Like, you need to figure out some equation like this that warps the particles. But like, what would be a good system where people can almost customize their own equation for these particle fields? Vector fields, yep. But I don't think that's easy for people to customize. That's the issue. I'm just thinking, like, what you get in engines like Unity at the very basic, I know how to do it. Stuff like emit particles from a cone, from a box, or emit particles from a box or a sphere or some shape and emit it in a cone shape, something like that. Like, I know how to do that. But then there's like complex things like this, where the particles don't just move straight and they follow like a field. Like, there's really no way to do this without defining a field, right? I'm just thinking, if you make the particles actually affect each other, like each particle actually has some sort of attraction or warp based off the other particles, then you could do a sort of fluid like this, where the field is connected. But that would be really expensive. Excuse me. Let's see, did I do any other ones? Text generation. Oh my god, I did a neural network here? Huh. Alright, I did a neural network. So let me see, this should let you actually make your own. Okay, perfect. So this shows exactly what I mean by the stateless particles. So by default, it's actually just a fixed thing of particles where the particles are just randomly placed in a box. And then if you apply like a little warp, like sine vertex. Oh wait, sorry, you need to multiply this by a value. Sine vertex, you can now see it applies a warp to it, and if you do that warp based off time. Oh wait, need to increase it a little bit. You now get it kind of moving. So those presets actually aren't very simple. And this is a really bad code editor. It doesn't support tab. I had no idea what I was doing when I was making this. Oh, does GL point size work? It does. Okay, I actually want to mess with this 1 second. How would I make this look good? So I think vertex times mod time plus sine vertex times time. It should apply deformation over time. Oh yeah, that's too much though. Scale the deformation by time. It's been fun, but it's 3 AM here, so I better be heading off. Good luck with it. Well, see you later, Mr. Roos. Good luck with the... Wait, were you, are you also doing Ludum Dare? Good luck with whatever you're doing. Nice, okay. So that sends them out and also scatters them while it's expanding. Cool. So yeah, it's so easy to make particle systems with this method. Now, how could I do this, though, that you can really customize it? without much code. I'm almost wondering of like a I don't know what to call it. Like, what if you have I don't know, how would I have the particles affect each other in different ways? Now, I won't be doing it, being a long time since I did any program, but might get back into it one day. Well, good luck. It's, I mean, yeah, programming is really difficult. Amazing thing is, you don't need to program really to make games these days. At least if you don't want to. Hmm. So I'm just thinking, maybe even applying noise to the movement of the particles. Okay, I think applying noise to the movement of the particles would actually work for a lot of cool effects. And then you do like a custom spawn particles based off particles hitting each other or something like that where other particles can start more particles. I don't know how to explain it. Oh yeah, and I want to figure out how to do trail rendering. This is actually something I should do before I even do a particle system. How to do an engine trail effect. Each strip be a single primitive with geo triangle strips. Triangle strips you can disjoint, sets them in one draw. Primitive restarting. It meets the value, consider that breakpoint. I think I could just do a trail just with particles. Trail render is basically procedurally generated. Triangle strip should be relatively easy to do on your own. Add an array to your game object which keeps track of the past positions and rotations of your object. Then create the geometry of your trail object each frame by creating vertices. Okay. Use the rotation to calculate point slightly to the left. Wow. Okay. So, trail emitted from the pivot of a translating spinning object doesn't twist around itself. Instead, lays flat along the path of translation. So, how does the trail constantly face the camera then? I guess billboarding? Hmm. Excuse me. Render 3D trail effect. Unity, how does trail renderer work? Someone probably knows how the trail renderer works. Custom trail renderer face camera. How do you get the trail to face the camera? I can make a trail render flat with the normal of the nearest face. It's supposed to face the camera. I'm just thinking the best way to do a trail might actually just be with particles themselves. Like, actually. Because I'm thinking about trying to make the triangle strip always face the camera. Collection of 3D sample points. Billboard segments are generated. Little artifacts in the curved sections. It gets twisted. Crinkling of the mesh on the parts that curve. Reinventing trails. EVE Online. I remember trails in EVE a long time ago. We really had them. In my memory, they were cool and beautiful, so I installed Empyrean Age again and played a little bit. One of our reference servers, Classic Client, of course, and then I realized that the old trails were actually really cool, but not exactly what I would call beautiful. Does this bring back old memories? Does an Empyrean Age? Started to think about trails in EVE again, why they were removed, how I could bring them back, how to make them look better and render faster. In the beginning, we should use splines for the new trails. They give some nice smooth curves and are positioned by only a couple control points and normals, and their math is simple enough to be done in a vertex shader. Now, I knew how to generate a smooth curve, but certainly not what actual geometry would be bent by a single billboard, starship-shaped planes, or a chain of particles. I had no idea, and I tried it all. There's some more promising looking results. So yeah, it doesn't have the planes constantly facing the camera. Oh yeah, it does actually, right here. So any form of solid geometry will break or look ugly if bent and viewed from certain angles. So now I know how to not do it. At that point, you usually take a big step back and start to think about what is it you want to achieve, drawing a smoothly bent cylinder, because that's what a trail basically is, a glowing cylinder. And then I had an idea, why not solve it with ray tracing in the pixel shader. Look at the math, it's not that difficult. Intersecting a ray with a finite cylinder is certainly doable in shader. Given a fairly high number of those finite cylinders per trail, the result is going to be a fairly smooth bent cylinder. Goes to the entry and exit points. Oh, that's looking kind of nice. Rest is easy to do. Close the gaps. Apply some fading. That looks really good. So is that full 3D trails? Like, did they just do a full 3D mesh? It looks like around... It looks like a full 3D mesh. I don't know, maybe they still have billboards there. Knew how to render trails, but I still had to figure out where the actual positions of the spline control points would come from. One reason why the old trails would sometimes get all messed up is that they relied on the exact ship's positions as dictated by the servers. This can lead to some strange behavior, especially in lag situations. For positioning the trails, I had to ignore the absolute positions of the ship and instead relied on the smooth movement info. Very interesting. So these definitely don't look like billboards. These definitely don't look like billboards. So what is like... What's a realistically easy trail system to implement that works in 3D? Maybe it's archived. Said this guy had a blog post on it, but maybe streamlines? No. So what's a system like this that could work in 2D and 3D? Like, I don't think I should generate a full 3D mesh like that. I don't know, I might just go with particles. Creating a trail renderer in Unity. Oh my god. That website's a scam or some shit. OpenGL rendering 3D trails. Cool demo too. Certificate expired. Screw it. Oh, it's a bad gateway? Disappointing. Oh, wait. Maybe if I just do HTTP. It automatically redirects to HTTPS. Oh my god, this idiot. Dude, so this is why you don't make your website automatically redirect to HTTPS, because if your HTTPS certificate expires, people literally can't view your site because it'll just redirect to HTTPS even when you don't have a certificate. God damn it. Huh. It's just a bunch of quads. Doesn't look like it. Strips can be very thin. Oh, the guy says he's able to smooth it here. Hold on, I need more water. I'm super curious about this. How do trail renderers work? I don't know if I should do this quite yet either. Because if I don't have... Because I should be testing in 3D. So if I'm not going to do a full 3D test for the trail render, I don't think I can do it justice yet. Wait. Point sprites bigger than the screen. Can geo points not be bigger than the screen? Is that actually a thing? Because that could totally explain... why most people end up using People end up using billboards. This means if you define point size 1, yeah, I think this works. I don't see any reason why what this person said, you not being able to use GL points. So I think I'm just going to do a little particle system. So there's another thing that I've been thinking about doing, an image collider. Just being able to import an image into the physics engine and have it generate a collider from that. That would be like so useful. So useful. I don't know if I want to do all that work though, because that's a lot of stuff to do in the next like 3 hours. I think it's 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. So I think I'm gonna do little particle render that I can just do custom particle spawns with, and also try and add in some collisions or something. I'm just thinking I probably want a different particle system for 2D and 3D, because one's probably going to integrate with the 2D physics engine and one's going to integrate with the 3D physics engine. Yeah, so I guess I'll set up a little particle system example. Man, I'm so happy with this little running animation. Feels good to have like sprite sheet animations just work. So I guess I'll need a custom particle system shader for this, because it'll have to output to GL point size, I think. I could also encode I can encode the particle size in the mesh attributes. I think that would actually make sense. Alright. I think what I want this to do is to just be able to just spawn particles and it just handles it. And I'm thinking that that actually should be possible because my one thing I'm just looking up, there's GL subbuffer data, right? Like you can upload just part of a mesh, right? Like I could just update one particle at a time if I wanted to. Yes, okay. This is key. So I think I'm just gonna have a system where it just automatically expands the array of particles and mesh as you spawn more particles. Hold on, I'll be right back. So I just need to think, what data do I want the particles to have? I want them to have a position. I want them to have a color. How do I get UVs? Hold on. OpenGL point UVs. GL point How do I get UVs for a GL point object? I guess my position is still... I guess it's GL point chord. Nice, it's 0 to 1. Okay, cool. So yeah, we just need color, position. What other data might we want to encode in the particle? Like size, but I think I'll include size in the position.z. So I think just position and color is good. Now the key thing is how the actual particle structure is defined. Should I do a class for each particle? Like, let me actually work through this. Velocity x, velocity y. Yeah, I think I'll probably want a class for each particle. See, that would get really slow when there's a lot of particles, but I mean, like, what else can you do? I think at that point, so like when I have tons of particles, that's when I want to use the stateless particle system, but when I just have like these single particles that I want to actually have more defined control and maybe place at like custom points, I use this. I'm thinking, how would I integrate collisions into this? So, like, I mean, I could ray trace the particles every frame, but I feel like it would actually be more efficient if I did something where it, like, only maybe ray traced every, like, 2 or 3 frames or something, so it was more optimized. Because, like, particles don't need to be exact. You can, like, they won't go through walls, but it just means, like, Yeah, actually, no, I'll just make it each frame. I'm just thinking how I could make it optimized. Alright, let's try doing this though. So size, default to 1. I don't know. Actually, I'll output the size like that. What other attributes might I want for the color, or for the particle? Color? Red, green, blue, alpha. Rotation angle. So you can spin them around or rotate them. I think that's it. I think that describes our particle. And then we'll be able to have, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, Oh god, I just realized I need to put rotation in here somehow. I might need more than just color. It might actually be worth packing all of these into a float 32 array so you don't have to copy any more data over, and it's all just there. So let's work through this. VAT position, let's assume the Z part of position is angle instead of Y. So then the VAT color is red, green, blue. You could do VAT UV to have velocity X and Y. So there's no single component. So honestly, it seems worth it to me to actually include the velocity in the data as well, and then you could do some cool stuff in the particle shader where you like deform it or whatever based off the velocity. Let me just see, what is another thing that has, I think, normal? Yeah, so I'm going to encode the data in normal. And I'll actually comment that here. Particle x, so position.x, or particle mesh vertex structure. Position.xy equals particle world position, or maybe just particle position. Particle local position. Position.z equals particle angle. Normal.xy equals local velocity. Normal.z will be our size. And then finally color equals color. There we go. So there's our vertex structure. And you know what? I think I'm just going to put it all in a float 32 array. Because like... So the really weird thing will be if I want to have if I want to delete particles from existence. Because that's the weird thing, is this actually won't have any way of identifying single particles. Because when you remove a particle, it'll actually re-index all the other particles, so you couldn't, like... I don't know. This assumes, like, the particles are, like, their own standalone thing. I actually think I should do this, because then I'm probably going to want some, like, custom attributes that are, like... is, like, time. And, like, have the particles die after a certain period of time, or something like that. I'm just thinking. I mean, I'm gonna want to encode the time in here as well, so... Alright, let's assume we don't put the velocity in. Then I guess this can be UV. X equals size, Y equals time. Actually, that still doesn't make sense because... You won't want time for anything. I guess I'll just have one of the UV coordinates not be used. See, this is so much more efficient, but so much more hard to work with. And then, like, what I'm thinking about is, when you like delete a particle, you would end up just like copying one from the top of the array down. Oh man, I'm not sure. Alright, I'm gonna go get some more water while I think about this. I'm not sure how I want to structure this, because copying all these over each time I want to update it is really inefficient. But then at the same time, just like storing all the data here in the array is kind of annoying. Alright, I figured it out. I'm going to encode it all in the float32 array because it's going to be so efficient. I'm going to add an ID attribute because that's going to allow me to actually do a mixed system where I both have this and a stateless particle system in the vertex shader. Or basically I can apply like custom effects to each particle based off the particle index. It's like almost like a random seed. So that allows really cool effects in the shader. So I'm definitely going to include that. So let's just figure out how this structure is going to be. Because this is going to define our float32 array as well. So we need angle, local position, color. I don't think I'm going to do UV here. I think I'm going to do normal. Is there any other thing with 4 here? 3, 3, 4. No, color is the only one with 4. So maybe, maybe I'll have it fade away alpha in the shade. No, okay. I gotta think about still how I want to do custom systems with this, because this allows people to program their own custom vector fields or whatever they want, but it'll also allow a modular system where you can just set settings and it'll generate particle system for you. Alright, yeah, this is weird because we've got the velocity, time, and then we just need the size. So I'm almost thinking having the angle almost be done in shader. So that way I can just do size right here. And then if you want in shader, you can have time, rotate, velocity. So I've actually got an option here. I could... Yeah, I think I'm gonna fade out the alpha based off time. That just seems to make way more sense. And then color.w here is angle. See, this is a weird thing, like, how much control do I want to give people over the alpha of the particles? Yeah, this is stupid. I should totally have... I should have the alpha here. How do I do that, though? I mean, do I want to just create an empty vertex attribute that just has like extra data? Okay, let's think about this. Okay, that actually works. That actually works. We don't waste any positions there. So UVX is the ID, UVY is angle. Normal is velocity, z of normal is time. Okay, I think that's a really good system. Packed into the vertex structure above. So, how many? I guess I can do mesh elements per vertex, but I should just calculate this myself because I know exactly how many they are. 3, 5, 8, 12. All right, 12. And so there's no particles to begin, so our float 32 array is going to be null, I guess. Particle count. I guess maybe I'll initialize the array to begin because it's going to assume you're going to put particles in it. We'll start out with a buffer of 8. I mean, maybe you'll only have 2 particles, though. Who would only use 2 particles? I mean, shit. Alright, so this will spawn particle at xy. Options, position xy, size. Hold on, wait, let me write this function first. Alright, so this is going to spawn a particle. XY size, angle, velocity. Spawn how do I describe this? Just spawn particle, setting. Yeah, I guess just spawn particle. Returns new particle ID. So the ID is going to be particle count. Now this is the hard part, is how do I ID the particles? Like, how do I remove a particle from a lower value and have a bigger index? How do I have a unique index without checking through all of this to check and see if there's any with this same index? How to do that? So I think I need particle next ID. Oh wait, I just realized. It doesn't matter if the particle ID is just like way bigger than the buffer or anything. Okay, sweet. So all I need to do is I need to figure out a way to reset this particle next ID when it gets too high. So I mean, when particles get deleted, I should be able to do something to check where they are relative to the particle next ID and maybe remove them. I guess I can just make it loop around after such a big amount that I know you won't have that many particles. So particle next ID, so particle next ID equals particle next ID plus 1 mod. I don't know, not max safe integer because we have to encode it in here, but maybe 100,000. That probably gives us an accurate ID still for here. And this means you should be able to get 100,000 particles at once. So actually, you'll be able to get more than 100,000 particles, but the ID system will break down and stop correctly identifying, which, from what I'm planning, that actually shouldn't break the particle system because it'll just keep uploading to the GPU. Alright, anyways. Particle data. Data ID is ID times 12. And now we just set this to all of the options. Alright, and finally the red, green, blue alpha. Nice, so that'll spawn a particle. And now what I also want to do is create a function that lets us delete a particle at a specific ID. Delete particle by ID. And this is going to be the slow part. We're going to need to loop through this whole thing to find the ID. Or I think we can actually approximate the ID by doing next ID by doing the current ID minus next ID. Wait, yeah, Yeah, by calculating the offset from next ID. By array index. And then I'm going to do another one for deleting by ID where it searches through to find the ID. Let me think about this. So particle next ID -1 tells us that with good probability that the index, if this index is particle next ID -1, then we know that pretty good chance that that particle index is going to be at particle count -1. Oh yeah, I forgot to increment particle count here. I just realized, oh god, I'm doing this completely wrong. Data index equals particle count times 12. We can do particle count plus plus. Alright, find particle of particle from ID. Or -1 if none found. Alright, so let's do this. Starting point, or SP for search point. So particle, so we need to find the offset of particle next ID and RID. So ID minus particle next ID will probably give us negative. We need to do next ID -1, which is actually +1. And then let me think about that. And then we need to actually base that off of the particle count here. So this gives us the delta from the actual particle count. So this dot particle count plus the ID minus next ID. And then we need to have this wrap around if it either goes negative, too far positive. So if smaller than 0 equals... Actually, hold on. I gotta remember how to do this. Where did I do this last in my code? Proper mod. Where did I do it? Post-processing? No. Maybe color? No. Maybe it was, physics collider mesh? No. Alright, I'll just test the code in here. So I need something that properly wraps around. So for example, at like 3 mod 4, -3 mod 4 should actually give 1. Like it should actually flip around backwards for it to not mirror around. What this actually does is like mirroring. So I can't remember how I did this. It was like 4 plus. Then 0 becomes 4. 3, 4. Okay, so this is somewhat correct. I need to do +1 here, I think. -1. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's completely wrong. Oh, wait, because this is negative. I'm stupid. 1, 0. 3, 4. So why is this 4 at 0? Oh, because it's not. Okay, that balances it out. So that is proper mod. So we want to do. We need to mod after count. Count -1 plus thing mod count, and then we need to do +1 or -1 here. +1. Otherwise we can just do mod equals count. Everything works fine. So that gives us the most likely starting point of our ID. And then we can look through this particles array until we get to the end. So I'm just seeing what's the best way to do this. I guess just doing it with count like this and then having the separate indexer. If data SP times 8 because, or actually wait, times 12 because that's the size of the array or stride of it. And then the ID is actually at offset 4. If I'm correct, yeah, offset 4. So we need to do +4. It actually would be more optimized not scaling this. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. I think I can actually optimize this even more. Let's just write this like this to begin. So yeah, wait, let me try this. Count times equal or wait. So that's our repetition point. And then SP will become 12 plus 4. And that way we can just do SP plus 12 mod rep. That's more optimized. But then, to get the actual ID from this, we need to do minus 4 divided by 12. Not bad though, not bad. That actually should be pretty optimized. So then delete particle by array index. What we're going to do is we're going to move the last particle in the array back. Oh, I just realized I need to expand the buffer here as well if the particle count goes over the buffer size. Particle count bigger than buffer size. I think I'm gonna do exponential. I think I'm gonna scale it by 2 each time, so it scales up by a factor of 2. I'll go 8, 16, 32. That way, if you're not using all of it, it's not allocating too much, but it will also reduce the number of allocations. So I'm just thinking, okay, I'm gonna need to store temp. Hold on, wait a minute. Is there an easy way? JavaScript efficient typed array resize. Is there an efficient way of reallocating them? How should I resize the typed array? I know about slice. Efficient typed array expand. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to resize them. Okay. Fair enough. So let's just create a new one. Times 8. What about 32? Wait. 12 times 2 is 24. And then 36. And then 48. Oh, that's wrong. Wait, that is wrong. I just need to do 12. I don't know why I'm thinking about that in bytes. I'm thinking about C right now for some reason. Alright, and now we need to copy this over. Set this to our old data array. And then we can clear our old data. This will free the reference of the data, and it should, JavaScript should free the memory. Alright, delete particle by array index. I'm just thinking, so data, it's probably best for me to just copy this by hand. Data index times 12, end is particle count minus 1. if end does not equal 0, or if end actually, so if end, then that means the end isn't, wait a minute. We need to check if this index equals the end. If this does not equals end, then we gotta copy the data over from the one to the other. I don't know if I'm gonna do this in a for loop. I guess that's actually most efficient. Delete particle by array index. Nice. So I think that actually sets up the basics. I'm thinking now, let's say I wanted to do a simple trail from this, like you move something around and it creates a trail behind it. How? So I would want to spawn particles behind it. In the simulation, I would want to tick down the time attribute and maybe fade out the alpha. Now, how would I create a modular system that automatically handles that? I almost think I would need some sort of curve system. I think a curves editor could be like key. How would a curves editor work? I know there's linear or linear isn't curves, but you normally have linear nodes in a curve editor. That would be so good actually. The particle editor to have, like, for example, alpha go down on a curve, or just to be able to just sample curves, which is really useful for like colors and stuff. Alright, making this modular though, how? How would a modular system work? I'm gonna get up and stretch around. I think way better when I'm standing up and walking around. So I've got the basics down. You have particle emitters that emit particles at a certain rate, spawn particles. I feel like particles, like the way this particle system is designed, is you don't have like separate particles. You've got like, okay, I'm gonna zoom in on this bird. The blue jay is very nice. The birds are awesome these days. There's lots of really nice birds out. It's nice to look at. So like I know how the basics of the particle system is going to work. All the particles in a single system are going to be designed to follow like one sprite or texture sheet. Like all have something in common. Because you won't be able to do like that different coloring or anything. But then I'm thinking about if you have two different emitters in a particle system, like you might have one fire emitter that as particles travel at one speed and another one that travels at another speed. I guess that would actually support it because you create them with different velocities, but I feel like the way the particle systems evolve for two different emitters, you might actually want two different particle system evolution functions, one for the other. But that's exactly what I'm trying to do, is try and basically create a universal function that can just handle a lot of different particle effects and do them easily. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring up the theme list, because I feel like whenever I'm just chilling thinking about stuff, it's so good to just have this here. Just to ponder. So I can have different emitters with different options, like one emits one color, one emits the other color. They emit in different positions at different rates. But what about the evolution of the particle system? Like how would I make them maybe like fade out alpha over time, or like that stuff about how color changes over time and all that stuff? That's all defined by the function that updates this particle data. Okay, so the next thing I should actually do is I should create a function that updates a specific, either all of the particles or a specific section of particles. And this is actually a really good thing. Like, should I update the particles as soon as you spawn particles, or should I leave it to you? Update particle mesh. Like, I guess you can just assume that you're actually doing this. Like, you're basically updating this each frame. So I think that would work if we do mesh set particles slice. We need to slice it because we don't want to set all of the data yet. Particle slice, particle count times 12. And then, are we going to be doing stream drawing? I don't think we're going to do dynamic. I think we're going to do... I think I'm going to do GL stream draw. I think stream would actually be best here because we're just going to draw the particles basically once. And we're going to be doing it every frame, and they're just going to be drawn basically once. Maybe I'll do dynamic draw, because like that way if people just don't update them that often, it's not like that bad. I don't know. I wonder what... Let me actually look that up. OpenGL difference between stream and dynamic draw. Strem. Draw optimization. Will be modified once and used at most. Planning to change this vertex data basically every frame. Best served as stream. It's not really suited since it usually requires very frequent updates. Might try using dynamic. Alright, so it actually seems like stream draw is what I was going for. Hold on. gl.streamDraw. Let's just make sure I have this right. Used once. Documentation.
I am impressed.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Gay Jockus. Wow, there's very little info on this. I'm trying to find something from the actual documentation. I mean, I guess I just gotta trust the Chronos site here. Alright, I guess I'm gonna do stream draw. I did stream draw for the debug draw as well, I believe. Yeah, stream draw. I really could have sworn that I saw documentation for this. Maybe it's in the WebGL documentation. Oh my god, it is. Contents are intended to be specified once and used many times. Contents are intended to be respecified repeatedly, used many times. Contents are intended to be specified once and used at most a few times. So I think dynamic draw is what we're looking for, actually. So maybe I actually do want dynamic draw because it says respecified repeatedly. Respecified repeatedly. So I think dynamic draw is actually what we're looking for, not stream draw. Because I think that's a key thing that it says is specified once. Contents are intended to be specified once. And doing what we're doing where we're setting it over and over again, I think that's what they mean by respecifying it repeatedly. Okay. So that updates our particle mesh. Easy peasy. Now the question is, slice creates a subarray of this same array, right? New array. Oh my god, I'm looking for subarray. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Oh my god, I've been using the wrong function. Jesus Christ, hold on. I think I have to go through like a bunch of my code and change this from slice to subarray. Let's see, is this supposed to be slice? Set indices. Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, but I need to clear the indices data after this. So this way it doesn't allow memory to be freed. Where else do we do slice? Debug draw, particle system, mesh builder. Okay. Create new WebGL mesh from combined mesh. I think this is correct. Assuming we want the data for the new combined mesh. Oh my god, actually slice is correct. Just in case we actually want the vertex data, oh my god, I knew what I was doing here. Oh, here when I'm doing slice, I do want to do subarray. So here is a place that I want to do subarray. Yeah, and I actually do want slice here because I want them to be different. This is good stuff to like learn about JavaScript though. Yeah, so I definitely want this to be subarray. And then we're gonna actually set the mesh data to null just so that it doesn't keep this in memory, just because it doesn't need to. Alright. What's a way that I can evolve the particle system generally? Like, I really can't think of any way for people to customize stuff like how the alpha or color attenuates over time, other than a curve. Like... Like, how else? I do not know. Like, I'm just thinking, I could let people supply it linearly, but that's kind of boring. And I do... It's probably overkill, actually. Thinking about this right now, it's definitely overkill to try and make a curve system where people can provide like their own custom cubic splines of how colors are interpolated. I think I should probably just do a very simple, like, color is interpolated between A and B over time. I'm just thinking, like, I mean, I have some heat coloring stuff. I have some cool coloring functions. I'm just thinking, like, what would be a way that I can let people really customize? Oh my god, I just realized I could do interpolation in hue. Hue, saturation, and brightness. Oh, Huh. Or I could do it linearly, but just let people provide linear interpolation points, and that's enough to do, like, so much custom stuff. How would I define that, though? How would I define that? No, so I think if I want to provide just like a particle system that I want it to be pretty simple. That's the really interesting thing. How do you make it simple but also support complex behavior? It's kind of contradictory almost, in my opinion. Alright, I'm actually getting a pretty good plan going of how this is going to work. Hold on, let me just check to make sure. It is 3 hours until... Yeah, basically 3 hours. Theme voting. So, the particle... I don't know what to call it. Particle engine or something? The particle simulator? Yeah, basically the system that actually runs the simulation, you'll be able to make your own custom simulator function. But the whole idea is to have this simulator provided for you and just have options that you can just like basically just start using particles without creating some custom function for doing particles or something like that. So like the basic, it's going to follow the basics of like every other engine. You've got emitters, they spawn particles from like bounding boxes or something, and spawns them at a certain rate in like a cone or some direction. That's going to be the interesting part, is doing some customizable distribution of spawning particles. And then, so I've actually figured out, this is actually pretty good. Then if you just kind of make it, try to tint the particle color over time, you can just kind of like make it shift particle color as time goes on. That's the really interesting thing is, if you actually made the color here evolve over time, could actually do some really cool systems where color actually like change, like in like really boring particle systems you see in Unity and other things, it's basically like the particle goes from point A to point B, and it'll change from like yellow to orange from point A to point B, and that'll create like a yellow to orange streak. But what I want to do is I want to have some custom system where the particle can actually go like red, blue, green, yellow or something. We will see. Alright, I'm gonna go let my cat out, or it wants something, we'll see. And I'll be right back. So should I test the particle rendering? I feel like this is probably way too big a thing for me to do before Ludum Dare. Because like there's gonna be like issues running through this stuff, I'm sure. And it's like I just don't want to be caught up on this stuff starting into Ludum Dare. I've basically got all the other stuff I need. Particles can easily just be simulated as like actual objects in the world. I don't need to cut. I already showed. I also have like the stateless particle systems in WebGL. So I think I'm set for that. Like I don't want to jump into debugging all this stuff just 3 hours before Ludum Dare, because then I might work on this for the next 2 hours, and then an hour before Ludum Dare I'm like, oh, I'm so into doing these particles. I need to be in like a place where I'm kind of blank before the jam starts. So I think I'm done with the prep. I think that was pretty good too. The engine is looking very nice. I'm really happy with a lot of these really simple things, like the post-processing, just being able to apply like a full screen effect to any scene or anything. So nice. Alright. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for the prep for now. I'm going to I think start the stream probably like an hour or so before Ludum Dare. Maybe. We'll see. It depends. If they announce the theme earlier, then we'll see. We will see. Oh my god. I just turned on Twitter. About physics, and I think this applies to my physics engine. Correct way to make something like speed times equals friction frame rate independent is to use an exponential function, speed xp2, friction rate times delta time. Friction delta time divided by original fixed delta time. Friction rate equals log 2 friction divided by original fixed delta time. Wait a minute. I kind of thought I got around this, but it actually does make sense. So friction is applied more at higher frame rates because objects bounce against the surfaces more and it does multiplication by friction. So that means changing the frame rate changes the friction. That kind of makes sense, and that's actually not something you need to fix, because I choose a fixed frame rate kind of for that very reason, but it is very interesting. Like, you have to keep that in mind, that one friction value at one frame rate isn't the same as another friction value at another frame rate. That's so interesting. I'm actually thinking about that too. How does that work with the exponential function? Does the exponential function scale it up? Wait a minute. Let's do some math in the browser. So math xp2 exponent 2 isn't a thing. I suck at math. Every time I go on Twitter and I look at other mathematicians, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm so bad at math. Oh my god. In case you're wondering why OpenXR isn't in yet, a while ago I applied for an internal transfer to do Unity's implementation was turned down because I didn't know some sorting algorithm trivia. There's still no one doing it. Oh my god. Shouldn't that cancel it with time difference though? Ideally, at least. I don't know anything about physics engine work. Yeah, I kind of knew something about that was different. Oh! This was literally tweeted out by the guy who runs Ludum Dare. Okay. Okay, I need to find this tweet that I was just looking at. I wish there was a way to center in on a tweet without showing any of the shit on the side. Here we go. Don't know who needs to hear this, but I need to hear this. The correct way to make something like speed times equals friction frame rate independent is to use an exponential function like xp2, times delta time, where friction rate equals log 2 friction. Could have explained this with friction delta time divided by original fixed delta time. What is original fixed delta time? Okay, let's calculate this in browser. What does this do? Say the friction's 0.1. Oh, this makes complete sense. This actually makes total sense. So if your frame rate is 1 at the beginning, and your friction is like 0.1, it's going to be 0.1. But then if your friction is 0.5, or then if your frame rate is half, then it's going to apply that friction of 0.1. Wait a minute, that actually doesn't make sense. So the friction should go down over time so that it applies less friction. Friction delta time divided by original fixed delta time. What does it mean by original fixed delta time? You know what? I don't think this applies to my physics engine. Like, am I thinking about this wrong? But like, divided by original fixed delta time. But there's like, it's not, if the delta time isn't fixed, then it's not a fixed delta time. Like so dividing by a non-fixed delta time by a fixed delta time, that doesn't make sense to me, because like, then if your delta time isn't fixed, why do you have anything to do with this fixed delta time? So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I can easily get around that in my engine by just catering that. Like, I could literally just, if I increase the frame rate, I can increase the friction. And that's assuming there's a part of the game or whatever that's highly dependent on friction, which, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've built anything yet where objects slide across the ground like with friction like that. Like, I'm actually thinking, wait. How would I do how would you even do something like that? I don't know. I don't know. Like, the way, as far as I'm aware, it works in physics engines is like, if you've got a surface like this, and you've got an object that goes down on it like that, it doesn't actually slide like that. It actually goes up and down tiny bits like that, and you'll actually get repeated collisions going across the surface. I don't know if, like, I don't know. I know it changes at times depending on what... Yeah, this stuff is so complicated. I was talking about this earlier, where, like, I don't think there's such thing as finishing a game engine or finishing a physics engine, because I don't think there's any possible way you can accommodate for all the possible situations or mechanics that you would want to do. Alright, I'm going to go rest before the jam actually starts, and like I said, kind of clear my brain. I think that's key, is so that when the game jam does start, your brain's basically opened and just like absorbed the theme and idea. So I'll be back in like 3 hours, maybe a bit less if they announce the theme earlier. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. I hope if you're doing the game jam or whatever you're doing, good luck. I'll see everyone around. Thank you. Thank you for watching and being here.